You got a brother in there, goddamn playing the bass, goddamn jazz nigga with a toothpick in his mouth. You see what I'm saying? And then you got motherfuckers on key. It feel like that. The album is just upscale. It's upscale. You know what I'm saying? It's just upscale. It's just.
You think it represent where you at right now in your life?
Absolutely. Players only live once. You're looking at them. Nigga, I'm telling you now, this is my legendary status run. This is my legacy run.
Yeah.
Yeah. Player. I'm talking about real player, not just saying it. Like some nigga, I'm see all that. I'm keeping it real nigga. I done got away from that. Them niggas done fucked that up for me. You know what I'm saying? Like, so I don't even, you ain't never hear me say, I'll keep it real. I'm a real now. Like,
how they fuck it up?
The nigga done said that. What? The nigga done said that. They done shook the pee on everybody. It's like,
hold up, bro.
You. Everybody saying keep it real.
Let me get that rutch, man.
Go ahead, get that rutch, man.
Let me get that rutch.
Yeah, and it's clean in there.
Like you said, motherfucker clean.
That motherfucker clean in there. That keep it real and keep it real and I'm the realest nigga. I'm straight. Because if that's what that mean, what some of these niggas who saying, they don't even want to be that.
Oh, y'all done remixed it.
Yeah, I don't.
That shit in the pot. You stretch that shit far as hell.
That
ain't the same way that I do.
Some nigga that's saying that, I don't want to do that. So I'm a player. You know?
What makes a player?
Man, nigga, mind his business and handle his business. Take care of his family. You know what I'm saying? Understand that being on time is late. Being early is on time. Let me give y'all some more game. Player. A player too. Player gonna think twice before they make a decision. That's what a player do, right? Can't crash out over nothing small, right? A player gonna think about other people beside themselves. You know what I'm saying? Like, can't be self. I'm a player. I gotta make sure the team running. You know what I'm saying? I give y'all a lot of little niggas because that's what you know what I'm saying.
Hey, let me ask you something about the book though. Did the voice talk to you about the Jay-Z shit? When you tried to do the deal or whatever? I'm saying, what made you not do it? It had to be something. Some told me. What did it say? What did it say?
Some told me, man.
What did it tell you, bro? I need to know so I can hear what I hear my eyes. What did it tell you, Tit?
Yeah. No.
What happened with that story though? That moment, what like?
No, it's a really quick story. Please. When I first started blowing up and being recognized on a larger scale, you know Tech, who is a part of my management team. Yeah. Tech used to be a DJ. His name was DJ Technique. Mm-hmm. He was a DJ. But just like I said this before, just like Khaled is more than a DJ, just like Drama is more, just like a lot of DJs out there, they are more than DJs. Yeah. So I used to suggest to niggas who was more than DJ, like just get that DJ out your name, bro. You know what I mean? Because niggas think you just in a party scratching or something, you know what I mean? Especially if you have other things to bring to the table. Well, at this time, he was still going by DJ Technique. Yeah. And I had got a call from JD and Jay-Z together. They were like talking about doing something. It was like on three-way. They were talking about doing some kind of label deal. They wanted me to be the first, or they wanted me to be a part of. And I was overly excited because like JD was from College Park, you know what I'm saying? So I had like seen him from afar, or like admired some of the stuff that he had done from afar, like being on Old National, seeing cars go up and down. And then like Jay-Z is something that I admired from afar just because of like his business savvy and the things that he was doing. And so I was just like, I want to bring my partner with me, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. Like the nigga that helped me get on the radar for where y'all call, the reason y'all call me, because this nigga right here been running plays while I've been doing it, you know what I mean? Yeah. I'm like, nigga, and it's probably my fault. I'm like, nigga, DJ Tech, whatever. They like, bro, you don't need your DJ. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, nah, he ain't no DJ. He like, you know what I mean? He my right hand.
He my man.
Man. Like, man, you know what I'm saying? Like, you don't need to bring, you know what I'm saying? All that stuff there. And it wasn't that.
Let's go. What up with it? Trey Original, I see you, my nigga, super duper, ultra, mega,
I'm at the Nat. We in the
Infinity, D duper salute to my nigga, man. What's up with you?
Him and Charlie actually came in, but I remember texting, I feel like you a super.
Gotta give a goddamn ultra mega salute to my nigga Trey Original, man. What's up with it, bro? My nigga Mike from the Ville say, yo, King Keith, what up with it? Shout out to y'all, man. We are streaming live from a tent in the woods in Wyoming. This is the RUMORNATI Network. Shout out to y'all, man. Top of the morning, man. It's an old wild Wednesday. Hope everybody feeling good. Off to the races, feeling great. You know what I'm talking about? overachieving more than you already set out to achieve. Just so y'all know, everything we are watching is under the Fair Use Act as seen in the description of every one of these videos that we create. Everything that we are watching is for entertainment, satirical, conversation, and research or education purposes only. The video we are watching right now does belong to the Big Facts Network, but you are watching it live with the RUMORNATI Network, streaming from a tent in the woods in Wyoming. This is Perspective with Banks, 2 Chainz, talking about some shit. We just gonna get into it real quick before we get into the topics at hand. Everybody seen the State of the Union? Did anybody see the State of the Union? Everybody should have seen it or is at least aware of it, right? Or the lack thereof. What was spoken on? I thought my stove was on. My wood burning stove, of course, since we streaming live from a tent in the woods in Wyoming. What was spoken upon in that State of the Union? We're going to get into it. We're going to let a little bit of this play, see what 2 Chainz talking about, then we're going to get into all the topics, man. Shout out to y'all. Hope everybody got their day rolling in the right direction. Y'all energy up. Y'all already out there overachieving more than y'all set out to accomplish for the day, man. Salute to y'all. Let's go.
Superstar, bro. You know, I remember him telling me that, you know what I mean? And I remember saying, nigga, thank you. Me too, nigga. You know what I'm saying? Like, God, I'm glad somebody see this shit.
I see y'all running the likes up. I appreciate y'all. We streaming on 2 channels right now. We on RUMORNATI, the RUMORNATI Network, and we're also on RUMORNATI Live, streaming on 2 channels right now. Shout out to both of y'all. I see y'all. Thank y'all for the likes over there on RUMORNATI Live, and I appreciate the love over here on RUMORNATI Network. Appreciate all of y'all. Thank y'all. Let's go.
Like this, man. You know, bro, I think you got it. I think you got it. You know what I mean? It's probably 2010 or some shit, or before that. I say, shit, we down there shook on it.
Ace Oral says, double tap that screen. What's up with it, brother? King Keith says, I didn't get a chance to see it. Unfortunately, I was at work. Well, to be honest, King Keith, you didn't miss anything. It was a whole bunch of hype. We'll get to it. Let me just we're going to let this roll for just a few minutes. Then we're going to get to the meat and potatoes, y'all. Shout out to y'all.
We've been like that since then.
And you be on that road, man. Hey, safe travels to you at all times, brother. Safe travels.
Goddamn, I tell you what, my nigga. I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna do this, whatever. Yeah, man, bro, you do that, I'm fuck with you, bro. You can make me, help me get this and get it. We shook on it. It been rocking ever since. So to the day. so that, you know, and we've all 3 of us has brought it up before.
Man, what is he talking about?
The people play every day, you know what I mean?
Yeah. So they're still learning the game at the same time.
Yeah. And I had to make my little $20 a day or whatever. Greyhound, she got a boyfriend. Look, I know you.
What about that? What about the
some that people play every day? You know what I mean? That was all.
Oh, this is what he's talking about, hustling.
But that is in there too.
Notice what about the selling drugs at 12 years old? Mom Duke. What about that? That's in the book too, right?
Yeah. Well, yeah, mom. That was a little. It wasn't necessarily dope. The little, I know you know you right. The little Manila, little weed sack, the little Nick sack. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So still learning the game at the same time.
Yeah. So this Hubbard Street, this Pittsburgh, she got a boyfriend. And her boyfriend was he owned that big ass.
5 more likes to get us to 10. Let's go. Run the likes up, please. Appreciate y'all. King Keith said he stayed praying. I know that's right. Brother Mike from the Ville says, amen. Hey, man, got to stay prayed up. Know what I'm talking about?
It's next to Magic.
If you believe, to the ones that don't, hey, just stay in, just keep, stay hopeful for safe travels, nigga. He said, why they clap so damn much last night? Bruh, oh my God.
City, but across from Greyhound. I think they got cabs in it, but it used to have the horses and carriages in it. He used to do the horse carriage shit around Atlanta, you know what I'm saying? But he had bricks and shit too, you know what I mean? But my mama them, they just give me these little envelopes of nicks to say like the wonder, you know what I mean? Boom, boom. So at this particular time.
Man, y'all don't know about the weed in the manila envelopes. They used to come in the manila envelopes. Y'all don't know about the weed. They used to come in the small little yellow envelopes. Man, y'all come on, man. Y'all ain't that old. My bad. Y'all weed come in a Bluetooth speaker or a Montclair jacket. Y'all weed packets look like That shit come with lights and music and all kind of, oh, this some Zaw, nigga. The weed trash. The package is fire. We ain't smoking the package, nigga. We want the weed. The fuck? Ace Aura said, what up, OG? Just getting back in order, so I'll be in Discord. ASAP, man. Salute to you, Ace Aura. Let's go, bro. Do your goddamn thing. Shout out to you, bro. Hey. Run them likes up, y'all. 4 more, get us to 10. 4 more, get us to 10. I know we just started, but we got enough to get 10 likes already. Oh, 3 more, get us there. I know y'all strong enough to get 10. We at 7 already. I know y'all strong enough, powerful enough, great enough to get 3 more likes so we can get 10. Let's go.
I'm doing that to make my little $20 a day or whatever the fuck I'm doing. And our house gets busted. This
X said, what's up with it, brother?
Back when the Red Dogs was out and all this whole stuff. So I see this happening, and this is the first time and probably the only time I froze up. I see them coming down the street, 9 cars, 4 tour. I see, and then I feel them hit the door. But
let's go. 2 more likes to get us to 10. 2 more likes to get us to 10. Run them up, y'all, please. Let's go.
My little $20 a day or whatever the fuck I'm doing, and our house gets busted. But this was back when the Red Dogs was out and all this whole stuff. So I see this happening, and this is the first time and probably the only time I froze up. I see them coming down the street, 9 cars, 4 tour. I see, and then I feel them hit the door, but I'm not able, because I'm supposed to be kind of like lookout too. I'm supposed to be like, I'm in the window, do the next, and I'm supposed to be like telling them, and I think the voice must have cut off in my head, because I ain't say a bitch ass thing.
Why not?
Steven Edwards, what's up with it, my nigga? Mike from the video say 73 viewers, hit the likes on your way in or out. Please, appreciate y'all. 1 more like and get us to 15. Y'all running them up. 1 more like and get us to 15. Maserati say, let's go. What's up with it, my brother? Damn, Push Your Wig. That nigga named Push Your Wig. Boy, don't play with nobody named Push Your Wig. I miss the old weed in the little bags. Facts. Hold on, y'all don't know about the bags. Y'all don't know about buying a bag of bags to bag up your weed. I ain't talking about, this was before niggas started using the sandwich bags. I'm talking about a bag of bags with numbers on them. They might be blue, they might be clear. And you stuffing the weed in the little bags. Before that, it was envelopes, manila envelopes, like the large ones that that you might send off some paperwork in when you're mailing something. Or they were smaller, little folded envelope. Man, come on, bro. That was real weed too, man. Not this scientific shit we got today, man. Not this scientific ass weed. Let's go though. I see y'all over there. Hold on. On the other channel, we got 1 like. All I need is 1 like. Come on, let's get another one. It's 2 people watching on the other channel. Can we get another like? Let's go. Hold on, we got to get that other channel popping. Y'all tripping. No,
I just ain't never been this shot, man. Them folk rolled up. Like it was just synchronized, bro. How they just rolled up. They all jumped out, and it's like, it's not night. You know, most busts happen at night. Yeah. It's probably like 4 p.m. It's bright daylight. I'm looking, and you know how the houses in Bird, they built straight up like that. So I'm off the ground because I would have to lean down and serve people. So I'm looking at these folk, bro. I'm looking at these folk go to the back, hit that motherfucker. I hear mama on screen, I hear all that shit, but I ain't not a word coming out of my mouth, bro. Don't to them folk touch me and do the worst to me. You know what I mean?
Damn.
But I'm not saying nothing, and it has hunted me. You know, some stuff just be like,
that'll never happen again.
It never happened again. Man, why you open? And not to say they could have done something or whatever, but I just remember them being so surprised. And I feel like I could have. But as when I was a kid, I ain't gonna lie, I'm gonna come clean, bro. I was mature for my age. Yeah. My dad gave me a lot of game at a young age. So when my mama was dating all the dudes, it was surprising them that I was a very mature kid. Yeah. But yeah, that's in the book too. The voice in my head is God. I talk about, I don't know what voice was going on when I froze. I gotta think about that chapter, but most of the book is about intuition. It's about having an inner monologue, actually quieting down the outside noise, listening to it. Yeah, man. So it's not necessarily like a spiritual book. It doesn't have any Bible verses or anything in it. Not to say anything is wrong with that, but this is just my personal perspective and my personal belief, and I hope that it could help someone in the Miss. Oh, I ain't never liked Miss, man.
But you refuse to change it. Like, you know, shit, this is who I am.
I see you, Trey. What's up with it? Trey on 2 channels at the same damn time. What's up with it? Where we at? Where we at? I see you, X said. False Avatar says, don't care what you smoke, just as long as you ain't selling that shit to the kids. That's a fact. Maserati says, them days was lit. Push your wig back. Push your wig says, shout out my G's that know. Trey says, bet on the way. What up with it? He said, the mid-sax? Trey, it's only one nigga around here that still got the mid-sax. Where that nigga Larry Law at? Mid-sack Larry.
Could be anything like.
Man, I'm far
smoking
from
weed.
I'm far from perfect. Maybe it is smoking weed.
That's what I'm saying. Could be anything.
Maybe it is smoking weed. I have been doing this too long. I have. I said it. I said it. I told myself this year. I said, God damn, nigga, you got to figure out a time. So.
All right. We can go ahead. Let's just go ahead and move on real quick. Right. Where is the... Okay, boom. Move that out the way. My bad. Hold up. All right. I wish we had a quicker rundown of this Trump shit. We're going to do it like this, though. All right. Ace Aura said it went from the envelope to the finger pinch Ziploc, the 1212s, to the sandwich bags, to the designer packages. Right. The evolution of the weed bag. Let's do a documentary. The evolution of the weed bag. It probably started off with a nigga just putting weed in your hand at first. Here you go. That's probably how it started. Nigga just put it in your hand. Huh? You know, nigga want all that. Man, give me it's a piece on your finger, bro. Looking at. 3 more likes to get us to 20, y'all. 3 more likes to get us to 20. Let's go. Shout out to Mills over there on RUMORNATI Live. Shout out to Mills. Mills said, hi, hit the likes on the way in, y'all. Hit the likes on the way in. 3 more likes to get us to 20 on RUMORNATI Network. 1 more like to get us to 3 on RUMORNATI Live. Let's go. XC says, weed didn't have all them crazy names back then. That because it wasn't no crazy weed. It wasn't no crazy weed back then. It wasn't like no damn, it wasn't no damn Za. Remember, it wasn't even no mids. Depending on what area you in, niggas probably said some bud. Like up north, I know they had the piff, the ses. They used to call it sesame. They had the haze. If you were in the South, you know what a nigga asked you? You got some reefer? Who got some reefer? They said weed or reefer. Then you start getting the little catchwords there, dank and herb and all that shit. That's when all the songs and all the regions started. But yeah, nigga, that shit was weed or reefer. It wasn't no mids. Mid came later. All that popcorn, all that Arizona, all that, man, that shit, man. The first Za, quote unquote Za, what about hydro? We just skip hydro. Do they do that anymore? Do they even? It said facts. We had pine. That's it. Mike from the Ville said kind, bud, and crippy. Man, do y'all remember crippy? I don't have. A lot of people put their political beliefs out there and they want to debate and argue and all that. I'm not going to do that. What I am going to do is play people's response to what Trump said, right? And I will give my thoughts on that. And overall, what I will do, I will say the State of the Union was I think Mike from the Ville. Did he say clip farming? What's the word to describe that? I'm not sure. And I agreed, if that's not the right word, we'll find it in a minute. But I agreed because it was a lot of, matter of fact, let me get her off the screen because this isn't who we're speaking upon right now, but she does respond. I agreed with it because there was a bunch of, that man said I came in on Reggie and Perk. Damn, Trey. Henry says if this lady runs for president, I'm all in for her. Hold on, I got to go back to it now. Put it on the screen. Hold on. But there was a lot of gloating and there was a lot of usage of unnecessary things, bro. It's the State of the Union, and this guy is giving so much credit to. You have to watch it, bro. He didn't attack. Dare I say, he said gas was $1.99. Gas is $3.29. He said housing was at its lowest in however many years. Another untruth. He said there was a lot of things he said that just. Anyway, let's just.
Problem.
Just hold
You
on.
caused that problem.
Quick example, bro. All they did was clap all night. They just clapped for whatever he's. It was a clap session. It was a praise session, bro. They. This all night.
They knew their statements were a lie. They knew it. They knew their statements were a dirty, rotten lie. Their policies created the high prices. Our policies are rapidly ending them. We are doing really well. Those prices are.
HC said he said it was as low as $1.99 in one location. False Avatar says, yeah, she looks like something out of The Mummy. Irvin Miller says, what's good, Aston Daniels. Okay, Cool says, why are you spreading fake news? You are another dummy. Shout out to you, Cool. Dodizo says gas is $1.99 in some states. Shout out to you, Dodizo. Okay, hold on. I don't mind being wrong. I do reserve the right to be wrong. That MAGA trash needs to wake up, Bad Mad Richard says. Cool 600 says Donald Trump is the best thing that ever happened to America in my generation. Okay, hold on real quick, guys. Let's not be uninformed, right? Let's not be uninformed. They says Trump claims. Let's do all right, right here. Why is this 2 months ago? He said this last night. I don't want from 2 months ago. Let's not be uninformed. I do reserve the right to be wrong. I could be wrong. Uh-oh. There it is. Wait a minute. Trump cited $1.85 gas during advertisement. Trump cited $1.85 gas during his State of the Union address, but average remains near $3 nationally and in Michigan, according to analyst Patrick DeHaan. Let's see.
Stressed by prices. President Trump, in his State of the Union address, did something he almost never does. He stuck to the script. That script was focused first and foremost on the economy and defending his economic record. That is a defense he needed to make. We know from polls that Americans feel stressed by prices. They are pessimistic about the future of the economy. They
And
no
she's-
longer rate Trump highly for his handling of the economy. But in this speech, Trump made his case, pointed to positive economic news, touted the effects of his tax cuts, promised to do more in the year to come.
You've seen nothing yet. We're going to do better and better and better. This is the golden age of America.
Now, there was no I feel your pain kind of moment in the speech. And he didn't acknowledge that affordability is a concern Americans could legitimately have. The history of presidents being able to convince Americans that the economy is better than they think it is isn't a promising one. Just ask Joe Biden.
Damn. Okay, President Donald Trump talked about gas prices during his address. Only 8 out of 150,000 gas stations are selling gas below $2 a gallon. Only 8 out of 150,000 gas stations are selling gas below $2 a gallon. But then this is from Detroit Free Press, okay? The average price nationally for gas is closer to $3 a gallon. President Donald Trump, during his long State of the Union address, spent about a minute talking about gasoline prices, as some suspected he would. Trump railed against former President Joe Biden, blaming him for high prices, and seemed to claim credit for bringing them down, selectively citing numbers that could give you the impression prices are near or below $2 a gallon. However, to clarify, one petroleum analyst, Patrick DeHaan, released a statement titled "The Real State of Fuel Prices" before and after Trump's address, which pointed out the average price nationally for gas is closer to $3 a gallon. Okay, should we continue or can we move on? The national average, DeHaan said, is $2.95 a gallon, down about 16 cents from a year ago. In Michigan, the statewide average is higher, $2.98 a gallon. An average means some stations are selling gas at a lower price and some at places higher, of course. At the same time, skepticism about Trump's claims also seemed to be on the rise as his approval ratings fall. Earlier this month, a free press reader emailed asking if the president's below $2 a gallon claims were true, adding, I don't believe him. Okay, that's according to Detroit Free Press, guys. Oh, I see someone in the chat. Mike from the Ville says, keep it respectful. So whatever's going on in the chat, everybody is welcome to their views. Everybody is welcome to express themselves, but please, when it comes to race, sexuality, religion, please be respectful of everybody's choices. Outside of that, make yourself at home. Everybody's welcome here, regardless of race, color, or creed. It's all about your character. Just maintain respect. Have fun. Be stern about your point. You can be passionate. Just don't make it personal. Other than that, enjoy yourself. Oh, okay, he said just a disclaimer. Sorry, guys. I just saw it, and I just wanted to make sure we was, maintaining respect. We don't have to love each other. We just have to coexist, right? Love is better, but coexisting will at least keep us all together, right? Mike from the Ville says nothing going on, just a disclaimer. Stephenson says Trump could make gas free and it still wouldn't be worth the damage he's doing to our democracy. LOL, really, bro? Saying stocks are doing great after they crash is insane. He did say stock market was up tremendously. Obviously, after a crash, people are buying. Same with crypto. Has no meaning, but the reason for the crash has a meaning. Dodizo says California gas is over $4. Still birthdays because Newsom is an idiot along with all California politicians. Wow. Chris Jones says Trump is a liar and you've got to be truly deluded to believe what he says. Mike from the Ville says keep it respectful. The Diesel says no one is worried about the future of the country. Look at the stock market and how people's retirements are stacking up now. Barbara Leonard says I'm from PA and gas is $3.29 for real. Wow. Cool 600 says all he is looking at is Democrat news. Yeah, this is, you know what? Hold on. Cool 600. To make it fair, I want to ask you, if you're still here, to give me a publication to look at. I'll type it in and find something, but if you can direct me to something, in all fairness, we will check it from another perspective. Shout out to you, though. Mike from the Ville says, no spam. Steffelson says, Trump's big, beautiful bill was the largest transfer of wealth from the poor and middle class to billionaires in the history of the world. It added trillions to our debt and gave us nothing in return. James D says, God bless Trump. God bless ICE. LOL, really, bro? Says, same in Massachusetts and most every other state. Shit isn't $1.99 except maybe Texas when you use reward points. Andrew Gibson says, name one politician that isn't a criminal. Great point, Andrew Gibson. Steffelson says, that was the worst State of the Union speech ever. It sounded like a hateful, ignorant, weak old man struggling to read a children's book. Wow. Bad Mad Richard says, another effing lie. If you guys have any information, Bad Mad, hey, put it in the chat. We'll get to it. We'll get to it. Where we at? R. Copeland said he's a friggin' criminal. Desi Cherise, what's up? Not in NYC. This gas is high. Steffelson says Trump is suing American taxpayers for $10 billion because he's mad we saw one of his tax returns. Andrew Gibson says, is that a t-shirt on your face? No, Andrew, it's not. It is a face cover. Chris Jones says, wow, gas prices are a sign of low gas prices are a sign of a falling economy. Really, Trump's hair has been bleached more than Stormy Daniels' butthole. Really, bro, you funny. Mario Crawford said Trump is the worst thing that ever happened to America and the air we breathe. Wow. Cool says, don't bring Obama in me. Don't bring Obama in me because he's black and I don't support him. Oh, okay, cool. So what does don't bring Obama in me mean? You have a questionable statement right there. In your attempt to be disrespectful, you were also wrong. I have to be careful with my words because this is not an attack. I have nothing against you, right? I just see that you made an attempt to be disrespectful when we're having a respectful conversation by bringing up race and making that a main reason that you're not supportive of someone. But within that, you structured your sentence wrong. You used the wrong words. What does don't bring Obama in me because he is not black? What does that mean? I don't get that statement, bro. I'm just a little confused by it. I don't know if you were trying to be disrespectful or if you just were typing fast. I don't get it. HC says Trump is a little hard to take, but he does have economic policies. And Trump is very active, right? Trump is very, very active. Neo says Donald Trump is trash. Anybody like Trump? Listen to what he's saying instead of loading automatic complaints. Is that D Long or DC Long says, listen to what he's saying instead of loading automatic complaints. All Democrats did was sit on their hands. So fucking what? DC Long says. I can't see that. Okay, that's DC Long. All right, shout out to you guys. Shout out to you guys. We're going to keep it going. He was on it 8 times. Trump lied about the flyer on Epstein plane. MK Adams says. Trey says Gregory Bean says Super Saiyan Spirit Bomb salute. That's funny as hell. The Dizzle says the big beautiful gave me more money back in return. No tax, my overtime. I'm trying to find. He's hiding his hate of America. Jerry Garcia says, where is the Nelson Mandela? That's funny. If we kept Corey in the house, we wouldn't have any. We wouldn't have had any of this shit. Queen's Corp says gas prices are going to depend on where you are. The average as a nation are lower. Mine is $2.55. I can get with a discount $2.05. Monothesis says HCC4YP, you are a fool. His policies are pissing off the people we're doing business with, which is bad. Don't spread ignorance and foolishness. I wanted to. Okay, hold on, guys. Calandra says you can't trust a liar. PH says, listen to what he says, quote unquote, in response to what he told Americans to inject bleach. Who was that said this was all one-sided? This was the Democratic news. I'm waiting on you guys to point me in the opposite direction. But in the meantime, we're going to continue with the content. This guy here, he definitely doesn't like Trump. And in the title, it says Dems respond. But to be fair, I will I will allow, I'm not allow, I mean, I am down to hear some of the Republicans' response, and we'll look it up. We'll look it up, right? Mel's over there on Ruminati Live says, I thought we was out here free range.
Donald Trump is getting cooked during his
Shout out for the likes over there on Ruminati Live. Thank you. I see y'all on the Ruminati Network. 23 likes, 2 more get us to 25. 2 more likes to get us to 25 on YouTube. Let's go. We're both on YouTube. I'm sorry. We usually on YouTube and Twitch. We're on 2 YouTube channels today. 2 more likes to get us on YouTube. Amy see you later says that's a lie. He did not say inject bleach. Uh-oh. PH. Did Trump tell people? Hold on. Y'all. What do we do over here? Have fun. Let's do it. Let's just do it. Let's just look it up real quick. Did Trump tell people to inject bleach? Did Donald Trump tell people to inject bleach? Let's see. During an April 2020 press conference, then President Donald Trump publicly mused about the idea of researchers whether disinfectants or a very powerful light could be used internally as a potential 19 treatment. But he did not explicitly tell people to inject bleach into themselves. He later claimed he was being sarcastic. Okay, what was his exact statement? But what Trump said, supposing we hit the body with a tremendous, whether it's ultraviolet or just very powerful light. And then I said, supposing you brought the light inside of the body, sounds interesting. And then I see the disinfectant where it knocks it out in a minute. And is there a way we can do something like that by injecting inside or almost a cleaning? I see where that can be taken out of context, but at the same time, I'm not gonna. Come on. I mean, HC says Trump made the left Dems look like American-hating commies. They are hysterical Karens. Mike from the Ville says, yeah, Trump is a POS, but it be a lot of false news out there. Amy see you later says he didn't say inject or drink. It's lies. And she says, thank you. Stephen Edwards says, he said inject it. Excel says he said drink a little bleach. Now y'all are funny. I had a ball laughing at Trump last night. Pure comedy. Stephen Edwards says. Amy says find it. Captain Tinmo, what's up, Captain Tino? He says, what the word? Ruminati, my G, what's the word with your Cap? How you doing, bro? How you doing? Greg Edmonds says hi. What's up, Greg Edmonds? Danny, is that Danny Shackled? Danny Shackledor says, I'm pretty sure Trump was being sarcastic. Right. MK Adams says Steve Bannon lied about not talking to Epstein. They were still in communication during Trump's first administration. Wow. You guys are on it today. 5 more likes to get us to 30, guys. 5 more likes to get us to 30. Run it up, please. Mike from the Ville says, I can disagree with a person and also recognize when stuff is taken out of context. Got to be open to correct info. Facts. Super duper salute for that. Okay, like I said, okay, we're going to do, if anybody can point me to something opposite of what this guy is about to say for Trump. In Trump's defense, because this guy is going to be offensively against Trump, right? So if you guys have something that can, hold on, just YouTube it. LOL, he referenced disinfectants. That's it. He's sarcastic. I don't think he likes smart people. That's funny. It's Little Toilet says, Colossians 2:8. Beware lest anyone cheat you through philosophy and empty deceit, according to the tradition of men, according to the basic principle of the world, and not according to Christ.
his State of the Union.
That is why I'm also asking you to end deadly sanctuary cities that protect the criminals and enact serious penalties for public officials who block the removal of...
Get his ass. Get his ass. I can't tell what's more pathetic. Donald Trump's State of the Union address, where he's barely making sense, or the actual State of the Union itself under Donald Trump's leadership. I mean, since he took office, for a quick recap, inflation is up, unemployment up, consumer sentiment down to its lowest point since 2014, housing prices up, the cost of goods due to tariffs is up, and Donald Trump is screwing our relationships with other countries while utter destruction is happening domestically. I mean, deaths up. I could sit here all day and
Taking
go on,
shots.
but I want to show you how Democrats in Congress handled Donald Trump's State of the Union speech, because he got some pushback and some resistance in quite clever ways from people like Representative Al Green, who held up a sign this year, and his sign said, quote, "Black people are not apes." Look at this. He's holding up a sign directly to Donald Trump's face. Trump absolutely saw this when he walked in. Remember, it says, "Black people are not apes." Then you see Steve Scalise tear the sign out of his hand. Look at this. Steve Scalise basically knocks the sign down, but not before we got a really good photo of Trump standing here, and to his right, it says, "Black people aren't apes." I think this photo is worth a lot. What do they say? One picture is worth a million words. Right here, Representative Rashida Tlaib has her "fuck ICE" pin on the left of her chest. I am certain some Republicans saw this pin, and I am certain this triggered the here, and to his right, it says, "Black."
We're not gonna get on the we're not gonna sit here and focus on how he feels about this and that and black people and white people. That's not even. I want to talk about how myself and Mike from the Ville spent upwards of an hour last night trying to figure out what the hell this sign said and who this particular guy was. We were uninformed. We found out about who he was last night. We put ChatGPT through rigorous rigorous testing, trying to see probabilities and also even look for biases and or awareness of us sensing bias by it saying certain things and giving certain outcomes of what that particular sign could have said. Because when they showed it originally, we didn't have this angle. The angle we had, it was blocked. It was, matter of fact, hold on. I don't have it. Anyway, it was blocked. We spent so much time. We had so many, it was crazy. But shout out to this guy. Shout out to everybody who stood on what they believed in. Shout out to the Trump supporters who stand on what they believe in. Everybody's welcome to their own opinions. We don't have to love each other. We just have to be able to coexist. Although love will make it easier, coexisting makes it happen. I can work. I always say this. I'm going to say this every time. I can work shoulder to shoulder with the Grand Wizard of the Clan as long as while we're there to do that job, respect is implemented. Of course, don't disrespect me before or after, and I'm not going to do that to you. The thing is, I don't have the hate in my heart that you have, but I could know that you may feel some way about my existence. You may despise my existence, but as long as you can be respectful in my presence, we can work together. We can get that job done. We can stand in line at the same store. We can have, we can go to the same library. There's no problem. Just keep your personal feelings personal. It's okay. You don't have to like, love, accept, tolerate anything. You don't have to do that, but just keep that to yourself. It's when you express the hate is when it becomes a problem. But anyway, let's go.
People.
Shout out to y'all, man. Most aggravating chat in the game. Most appreciated chat in the world. Hold on. I got to give my chat some props. We had 28 likes. 2 more to get us to 30. 2 more to get us to 30. But shout out to y'all. Most aggravating chat in the game. Most appreciated chat in the world. Y'all so aggravating, man. I promise y'all so aggravating. But I love it. Y'all so aggravating.
So aggravating as hell, man. Aggravating, bro.
Y'all so aggravating, but y'all are so appreciated. I promise y'all. 2 more likes to get us to 30. 2 more likes to get us to 30. Old Moo from New York, whatever that is. I'm not going to read that. No, don't spam either. No spam, bro. And don't type that because that's not true. I'm going to erase that. Matter of fact, don't put that. That's not what's going on around here, brother. That man is alive and well. And we ain't gonna say none of that. I'm gonna just remove that comment. I'm not gonna remove you. You do it again, I'm gonna have to block you, bro. That man is alive and well. You know what I'm talking about? Mind Your Business says Trump is good for our foreign relations. Most people in the U.S. are too scared to take what they want, so they don't understand Trump's methods to bring more money to the country. He says LaPatra facts. Is that LaPatra? Okay. Mike from the Field says, but we don't fuck with hate. LaPatra says Trump is the GOAT. Mr. P 1983 says, I don't know one thing he's done for black people in community. Mike from the Field says, salute to everyone who stands for something. LaPatra says, says their own name. Shout out to you. Lim says Al Green. Mr. P says all he does is try to impeach Trump. Who? Al Green, that's all he does? He says he gives no numbers. None of these people live where immigrants affect them, Mr. P 1983 says. Mr. P, are you talking about the guy on the YouTube channel? Are you talking about Al Green? Hold on. Is that the Genghis Khan? Genghis Khan? The Genghis Khan says Google Sasha Riley, Epstein, DJ Tay is hold on, bro. I don't know about all that. I ain't gonna say that. Monothesis says Stephen Edwards is right. Trump doesn't. There's a word missing. Trump doesn't the whole time patting himself on the back for the deeds of others. Trump doesn't the whole time pat. Danny Shacklelord says, just YouTube it, LOL. He references disinfectants. Oh, okay, we are. We're caught up. Thank y'all for the likes. Oh, Mr. P says he's talking about Al Green. Old Moose says free Puff Daddy. Stephen Edwards says everything he says he's a lie. If he's breathing, he's lying. Amy See You Later says who in here voted for Cammy? Can you even imagine? Mr. P says what lies? Alan said hello. What's up, Alan? Corn says, where we at? Corn says Trump calls Mexicans the R word and they life takers. That's exactly what he is. Wow. Stephen Edwards says he's the go to lies. Old Moose says Al Green equals love and happiness. Queen's Corp says he doesn't do anything for black people. You can't start that with what he's done with the HBCUs. Excuse me. She says you can start with what he's done for the HBCUs. Mike from the Field says we don't know where we would be if Kamala won because she didn't win. Mr. P says Al Green equals I do nothing but stuff my pockets. Oh, they going crazy. Chris Holmes says who is this dickhead with the mask? What the fuck is that all about, wanker? Christopher Holmes, shout out to you, bro. I'm Rumor, and this is the RUMORNATI Network. The channel you're watching on is RUMORNATI Live. Shout out to you, Chris. Hit that like while you over there hating, bro. Mel says, all business inquiries, hit up XOXO Males on Discord. That's funny as hell. She told that mother, if you want to know who that is. Shout out to the team, man. I appreciate y'all. Mr. P says, this is why term limits are needed. Let's go. Hold on. Where we at, y'all? Where we at? Point me in a direction now. We ain't going to be one-sided. Mr. P, another one says, start with what Trump did for HBCUs.
Are apes. I think this photo is worth a lot. What do they say? One picture is worth a million words. Right here, Representative Rashida Tlaib has her fuck ice pin on the left of her chest. I am certain some Republicans saw this pin, and I am certain this triggered the hell out of some Republicans. Representative Tom Suozzi straight up fell asleep while Donald Trump was speaking. This is a beautiful sight to see. The camera stayed on him for a bit, highlighting his Ukraine pin and his American flag pin while he's falling asleep during Donald Trump's speech. Listen to the way Trump is slurring his words throughout this as well. And by the way, make sure you drop a like and subscribe to the Adam Mockler feed if you want to boost the anti-Trump resistance, the pro-democracy message.
Damn, I didn't know he was going to say all that. Hold on. Wait a minute. Listen. I may be judged by this, but I stand as a man undecided at this point. When it comes to this, we're on it. Listen, everybody has their right to feel how they want to feel. I did not know he was going to say that. I don't watch the videos in their entirety, as the regulars know. I don't watch them in their entirety. I check the beginning. I skim through it just to make sure it's parallel to what we're discussing. And then that's where we go, right? I didn't know he was going to, we're anti-Trump. I'm not anti anybody, bro. I'm not saying I'm for, but I'm not saying I'm against. Right now, I stand as a man undecided. The country, in my opinion, it's in a transition period, the same way everything else is. It needs to be figured out. Kind of like our favorite football teams. Let's go.
So tonight I'm inviting every legislator to join with my administration in reaffirming a fundamental principle.
It's not one man that makes all the decisions to get the country where we're at. It's a trickle down, and it doesn't start with, oh, it was just this one, it was just this one, it was this one, it was this one. It wasn't Obama, it wasn't Biden, it wasn't Trump, it wasn't, but it's a collective. It's all of that back to back. It's just repeated bad decisions on both sides. And just, anyway, I stand as a man undecided.
Tonight I'm inviting every legislator to join with my administration in reaffirming a fundamental principle.
Now, this is where it begins to hit the fan. Donald Trump tries to essentially target out the Somali community of America. And I believe he's looking at Representative Ilhan Omar while he says this, because he is constantly targeting her. It's not a guess. He is relentlessly targeting Representative Ilhan Omar, calling for her to be deported, calling her a fake American, saying racist BS. And when he starts to say this, in the next clip I'll play, Representative Ilhan Omar and Rashida Tlaib fire back. But let's watch the lead up to it.
The Somali pirates who ransacked Minnesota remind us that there are large parts of the world where bribery, corruption, and lawlessness are the norm, not the exception. Importing these cultures through unrestricted immigration and open borders.
What in the white nationalist State of the Union? Remember when Biden gave his State of the Union and it was about peace, it was about strength, it was about democracy, it was about protecting Ukraine and standing up to dictators?
Brings those problems right here to the USA, and it is the American people who pay the price in higher medical bills, car insurance rates, rent, taxes, and perhaps most importantly, crime. We will take care of this problem. We're going to take care of this problem. We are not playing games. Delilah.
This is absolutely disgusting and despicable. A few things. Immigrants commit crimes at lower rates than native-born U.S. citizens. This is just a fact. You can look this up and Google it. It is true. Secondly, Republicans have such a one-sided, superficial...
Y'all want to look it up and Google it? Y'all know what we like to do. Let's just see. I'm about to get a shirt. Let's just see. Hold on. What was his exact statement? What was his? Do immigrants commit more crimes than? Hold on. I want to take it.
Not playing games.
I want to take his exact statement and take it.
This is absolutely disgusting and despicable. A few things. Immigrants commit crimes at lower rates than native-born U.S. citizens. This is...
Do immigrants commit crimes at lower rates than native-born? Do immigrants commit crimes at a lower rate than native-born citizens? Immigrants are, March 14th, 2025, says immigrants are significantly less to commit crimes. Let's see. Let's just, real quick. We're not going to be here long, real quick. Let's just see. Immigrants are significantly less likely to commit crimes than the U.S. born. Studies finds over a 150-year period, immigrants have never been incarcerated at a greater rate than those born in the United States. March 12th, 2024. Stephanie, is that Coke? Let's just read through it real quick. Undocumented immigrants attempt to cross into the U.S. near Del Rio, Texas, prompted by frequent questions about the impact of immigration on local crime rates. Researchers used data from the U.S. Census to find out whether immigrants were more likely. Show more caption. Would it let me click? Show more caption. Show more caption. It won't let me do it. Anyway, some Americans believe that the undocumented immigrants are a criminal threat to society. Former President Donald J. Trump has leveraged this assumption to inflame the rhetoric around immigration from the U.S.-Mexico border. A study co-led by Northwestern University economist, is that Elisa Jacome? I don't know how to pronounce the name, sorry, provides the first historical comparison of incarceration rates of immigrants to U.S.-born citizens. Using incarceration rates as a proxy for crime, a team of economists analyzed 150 years of U.S. Census data and found immigrants were consistently less likely to be incarcerated than people born in the U.S. They also found beginning in 1960, the incarceration gap widened such that immigrants today are 60% less likely to be incarcerated than the U.S. born. Okay. Like I said, we're not going to be there all day. I just wanted to look it up. He said it. Let's see, right? Mel says over there on RUMORNATI Live on the YouTube channel, she says all business inquiries, hit up XOXO_Mels on Discord, $ the RUMORNATI Network. Send $1 to the Cash App if you're having fun. You want to see the channel grow. If you're affected by the content in any way, make sure you're hitting that like button. If you want to see the channel grow, send $1 to the RUMORNATI Network on Cash App, $ the RUMORNATI Network. Okay, come join us tonight on Discord. We're watching a movie. And tomorrow night for bingo, right? All right, Green Eyes says, hi, what's up, Green Eyes? Critical 509 says, Dennis, the low IQ insult you just produced is exactly what we expect from you. Dennis says, false avatar, better to marry a Russian sex worker. Rise Riri says, we never left our country. False avatar says, Dennis, I did. Good thing he got plenty of McDonald's over there too. You guys are crazy. Dennis is upset that Donald Trump married a supermodel when he married a cow, Critical says. Rise Riri says, I'm not African-American, Goofy. Mr. P with the laughing emojis. Mike from the Ville says, oh, I missed it. I can't find it. Latifi, is that Latifa Henry? I hope I'm pronouncing your name right. I just looked it up. It's a good bit of them actively using the Futures Act. Howard, TSU, Spelman, Morehouse, Florida A&M, and some more. Okay, that must be in response. Somebody must have asked to name the HBCUs. I'm just going to assume. Dennis Nielsen says, did you hear that Trump wants to send a hospital ship to Greenland? Talk about being the dumbest person on the planet. Rise Riri says, I'm not a native. I'm indigenous original. We never left our country nor came on that pissy boat lied told by immigrants. False says, also, Omar allegedly married her brother to get into America. Some freaky-ish. Critical says, illegal immigrants committed a crime just, whoa. Oh, I see what he's saying. Hold on, wait a minute. Sorry, guys. Illegal immigrants committed a crime just being here. Is he wrong? Mr. P says, if an illegal immigrant commits one crime, it's one crime that could have been prevented. False Avatar said, did you see Nick Schule's video on Minnesota? The Leering Century meme speaks for itself. Sir Winston said, hello. Hi, Sir Winston. Mr. P said their favorite talking point. I don't care if it was one of them, Lateef. Is that Heb? Hebe Smith? Heb Smith says, who? Hamar is trash like all the other cowardice left. Lateef Henry says, name the HBCU. Oh, is that Latifi or Latifi? Anyway, I hope I'm saying your name right. I'm going to say Lateef. Lateef Henry says, name the HBCUs that receive money because it was not all of them, and that's a fact. Check it. Oh, and that's when Mike from the Ville responded with the names for that. Remember, guys, I'm reading the chat from the bottom up. Sorry. So if it seems out of context, remember, I'm reading from the bottom up, but over here, we respect the chat. You know, we always make sure everybody gets a chance to be heard as much as we can. Because no content creator is nothing without the support of the people. You know what I mean? So we thank y'all for the numbers. Run them up. Hold on. We need 2 more likes to get to 40, guys. 2 more likes to get us to 40 on YouTube. Run it up. 40 is 2 more likes away. We need 2 more likes to get us to 40, guys. Run it up, please.
It's just a fact. You can look this up and Google it. It is true. Secondly,
Dago California 619 says Trump is the GOAT. Mike from the Ville says, but that video he put out of Obama and Michelle heads on monkeys' bodies was not cool at all. Mr. P says the same ruckus. Right. Hold on. I got a few more chats I'm going to read. We're going to get right to it. Ed NY says he loves Trump. Ed says these Democrat lovers talking shit about Trump, but I bet they spent those rebate checks when they got them and got the loans. Mike from the Ville says I'm not a Trump supporter, but shout out to him for the Futures Act. Lateef says, as an HBCU grad, exactly what did he do for HBCUs? Not the one who are now in PWI funded networks, but still keeps their name. Free Thought, it says, everyone, please search for and see with your own eyes. The majority of the Democrats who attend refuse to stand when he asks if the U.S. government should protect its citizens. Please research. Old Moose says, Kanye said George Bush doesn't care about black people. Mr. P says, look up Trump allowing a homeless black woman that snuck into Trump's towers. Allowing a homeless black woman that snuck into Trump towers and he let her stay for free. What y'all got to say about that? During his presidency, Donald Trump signed the Future Act, which provided permanent annual funding of $255 million for HBCUs and increased funding. Stephen 4547, the Trump administration established a fund to deploy $1 billion in capital funding for minority-owned businesses through the Commerce Department. Okay, guys, that people are dropping facts. Mel says, how do they know who did the study and who got the immigrants? Don't commit crimes at a fact. Oh, Mel says, how do they know who did the study that said that immigrants don't commit crimes at a faster rate than U.S. born citizens? I just read off who did the study, Mels. We just read it. Shout out to you guys. One more like I get us to 45. I'm going to read a few more chats and we're going to get back to the content. Rise Riri says, help Jennifer Hudson. Big Homie says, what up? What's up, Big Homie? Let's go. Pro Fox says, critical why? X says, saluting Big Homie. Dennis says, did Trump cut the electric bill by 50% yet? Oh, wait. He's suing the IRS for $10 billion. Too busy stealing from the taxpayers. Rise Riri says, yeah, they did. Critical said it should absolutely take years to immigrate into the United States of America. Pro says, yes, the process is the problem. It shouldn't take years to immigrate into the U.S. I don't see a single reason why a mercy ship shouldn't go to Greenland, Critical says. Trey says, Big Homie, Wagwan. Mr. P said, what up, Slim False Avatar? Bottoms up right here. Uh-oh, what you drinking on, brother? Big Homie says, chat, what up? Yo, Rumor, what up? Shout out to you, Big Homie. What up? Brother Malik says, God bless Philip Mitchell. Jesus loves all of us. He hates sin, though. Facts. If you believe. Facts. Tito Fuentes says, Trump 100%. Latif says, if immigrants come here seeking asylum, then they are not committing crime. The asylum process is the problem. I love the clarity, bro. I love the clarity in here. I love everybody just being active too, man. Thank you guys for the engagement, constantly engaging with each other, keeping it respectful too. You know what I mean? Everybody's welcome to their points. You can be as passionate as you want. It just don't make it personal, guys. And I really appreciate that. I really appreciate you all right now. Thank y'all. We're going to keep the content going. False Avatar says the bureaucrats are in charge now. Chancellor Palpatine, Revenge of the Sith. Rise Riri says born in the United States. Pro says we don't even have a hospital ship available to send Greenland. Latif says, do you know how many HBCUs there are in America, bro? Look that up, please. Uh-oh. Stephen Edwards says, you can't be African and American. You're either an African that come to America or you are an American. Free Thought says, please search for and see with your own eyes the majority of the Democrats who refused. Okay, we caught up. Shout out to you guys. Mel says, but who answered the questions? How can you ask an illegal immigrant anything that's going to be used as a fact? James Zern says evil people in the Dem party is the problem. Henry says, I appreciate pages like this where we can actually have conversations. Facts, Henry, pages like this appreciate you guys. No content creator is nothing without the support of the people. I spend a lot of time with the chat. It may take a long time to get to the point of the content, if there even is a point. Most of the time, the point is conversation, to be honest. You know what I mean? But I appreciate you guys. That's why I spend a lot of time with the chat, bro, because no content creator can watch, share, like, comment, their own videos 100, 1,000, 100,000, 1 million times. You know what I mean? You guys are really the heart and the backbone of any content creator, to be honest. Of course, we have to sacrifice, and there's work and everything we have to do, but all that work can go unseen, unappreciated, because there's millions of people doing this shit daily. It's a new one every day. You know what I mean? So it's easy to just get lost in the sauce and overlooked. So you have to be appreciative. When people stop and spend their time somewhere with whatever type of work you're doing, whatever it is that you're presenting, and whether they agree or not, you have to allow people to disagree with you and to have a adverse reaction to what it is you're presenting. They might not like it at all. They might not like you, but you have to be able to stand in front of that and allow them to be able to express that. You know what I mean? So we appreciate y'all. Long story short, 3 more likes to get us to 50. We're going to continue with the content though, guys, and we're going to get back in the chat in a minute.
Republicans have such a one-sided, superficial, fake view of how immigration works and how people work in the United States. The reality is that immigrants do take up resources because everybody takes up resources. I take up space and housing. You take up electricity and water. Everybody that you love takes up space on the road. Everybody takes up space. Everybody takes up something, but we also give. We also create. You have a job. Your loved ones have a job. I have a job. We are constantly creating and adding to this economy, and so do immigrants. Where I grew up back in Indiana, in Northwest Indiana, there is a beautiful community of Muslims who moved and are predominantly like heart surgeons and doctors and dentists. They're there's a lot of upward mobility when your parents are putting pressure on you to go to medical school or law school or whatever, which creates a lot of driven, very, very smart Muslims in Indiana. I mean, my grandpa came from Syria and he started a business where he employs dozens of people and feeds dozens of families. So the point is, immigration is good for the United States. Of course, we want the people that immigrate here to love the United States, but Donald Trump doesn't care either way. He thinks if anybody moves here, unless you're like a white South African, if anybody else moves here other than white South Africans, then he wants to target you and make your life a living hell. This is why Ilhan Omar and Rashida Tlaib decide to heckle Donald Trump as he goes full fear-mongering white nationalist. And if you think for a second that this is too disrespectful or something, then I urge you to watch the prior video on my channel where I get into a heated debate with Geraldo Rivera and Chris Cuomo over this exact thing, over the disrespect, and I explain that Trump is the one who's dragged us to new lows.
That is why I'm also...
I will say this guy, even though he was speaking on one neighborhood, I do agree with him. Everybody has a place, you know. Everybody has a place. Could there be some? Does America have a problem? Who just said it? Who said the process was the problem a second ago? Who said the process was the problem? Over there on RUMORNATI Live, Mel says, hit the like, comment, subscribe, hype the video, share the video, tell a friend, tell a friend. And Mels also says you want your product, business, or music promoted throughout the stream, throughout the entirety of the live stream. Hit up XOXO_Mels for all those promotion packages. Yeah, we do live promotions. You can have your name or your product being promoted. You can have your logo on the screen and have your name and information in the banner for a duration of the stream or just for a section of the stream. If you want to purchase some airspace, XOXO_Mels. Hit her up ASAP. Shout out to y'all. Mike from the Ville says the country runs partly off immigration. The country runs partly off of immigration. It helps us all. Rise Riri says, where's our money? James Earn says, they can't be here illegally. Taxes go up stupidly when the borders open. False Avatar says, some people just don't mix well together. Happens everywhere. Pro says, I did. Critical says, white boy don't know what the hell he talking about. FOS says, Africans have ruined the West. Critical says, legal immigration is great. See, nobody has spoken down on legal immigration. Critical is basically saying he doesn't have a problem with people. It's the people who don't follow the process. It's not the people. It's the people who don't follow the process. It's not every one of them. It's not no hate. It's just do it the right way. Is what I'm assuming that he's saying, right, guys? Trump did do it. It happened from the beginning, Rise says. Big Homie says, immigration is not good for us, especially as black people. James Zern says, stop, bro. Illegals. Pat McCart says, can't depend on many other countries for anything. Mike from the Ville says, ICE aren't the only people that wear masks. What the up? Oh, somebody said this was an ICE channel or something. No, this has nothing to do with, I didn't even put 2 and 2 together. This has nothing to do with ICE. This has nothing to do with ICE. I love people. No. Lil Mama. Shout out to Lil Mama. Top of the morning to you. What's up? What's up? What's up? The OG James Zern says, no. Critical says it's easy to get a green card that only a criminal, It's easy enough to get a green card that only a criminal would choose not to. I agree with that point as well. Would they make it easy enough? Why not? I see where you're going. Brother Malik says those millions of followers of those false prophets, of those false pastors are choosing to follow men, not Jesus. God bless them, though. Critical says, okay, I found 53 gas stations with under $2 gas in northern Texas alone. Uh-oh. Trey Original says, rumor the GOAT. Trey Original, you are the GOAT too, brother. I appreciate you. James Ern says, ask them why they cheered. False says some pretty high up members of the Dems are in those Einstein files, like that female judge who got caught in 4K texting them during Trump trial. Pro says there are only 4 gas stations in the entire country with gas under $2. Okay, Free Thought, it says, would you please search for and see with your own eyes? Okay, he typed that earlier. What better life, kicking us in the pants? For sure, where we at? All right, I think we all caught up on the chats. Justin Johnson says, finally, we have a strong leader that takes no shit. God bless Trump. Riri says, they come and make money and send it back to their country. Go figure. Mr. Free Throw 1 says, you agree. Have you had to get a green card? You know how easy the process is? Good point, Mr. Free Throw. What I'm saying is if the process is that easy, and I do know people who have gotten the green card, it did take them some time, but they did get a green card. But no, you're right. Daryl says, why are you reporting on this? I'm not reporting. I'm giving commentary and we're having a conversation. I wouldn't consider this reporting, Daryl. I don't think this is a reportative style. Mr. P says, why do you think New York City is in debt? Do you think critically says, why is Adam Mockler frozen on the screen? Oh, because we're having a conversation about some of his takes on the State of the Union address. Shout out to you, though. And shout out to him as well. Everything we're watching is used under the Fair Use Act for education, entertainment, research, and commentary purpose or satirical purposes only. And the Fair Use Act is listed in the in the description box of this live stream. Greg Griffin says, Washington State, $4.50 plus a gallon for gas. Washington politicians surprised these financial terrorists haven't started charging tax for the air we breathe. Opinion. Mr. Free Throw says, you said dodo or doo-doo? No, I didn't say that. Little Mama said, rumor, what's up with it? What's up with it? Ray Sith Lord says, go back 15 to 20 years and see all the Democrats running for office then, campaigning against illegal immigration. They are trying to replace the loss of black voters with Hispanics. Brian, where we at? Sorry. Brian Showalter. Take your mask off now. Secrecy is abhorrent to the Republic. No, sir, I refuse to take my mask off. I understand your point, but I do have freedom of choice, and I choose not to remove my mask, sir. But thank you for your interaction in the chat. I hope that you continue to interact, and hopefully you stay around. Shout out to you. James Ern says, why did they cheer for attempted assassination on American president and the assassination of Charlie Kirk? Rye says, go home and make your country beautiful. Mr. P says, yeah, marry a U.S. citizen or wait your time. Just so Americans know, Trump is internationally seen as a clown performing a clown show, Clote says. AA says the U.S. sends money to Israel, but apparently when citizens give money to their families abroad, that is an issue. The Anthony Wildman commentary. False Avatar says, Riri. It's unfortunate truth about that. We got people in Australia sending money to. Wow, really? That's crazy. Hoffy's Adventure says, Riri is a oh my God. You stupid, bro. False Avatar says, if you listen to fools, the mob rules. Ronnie James Dio. Justin Johnson says, the problem with illegal immigration is that it's a burden on the country. We need immigration for the future of our children. Mr. P says, the government sends our money to Israel without consent. The immigrants send their personal money to make their that they make illegally to their families after being hired illegally by employers. Wow. Let's go, guys. Run the likes up, please. Run the likes up, please. If you're feeling the content, if you want to see the channel grow, send $1 to $ the RUMORNATI network on Cash App. Mr. Free Throw says Trump assassination attempt was nothing but a political theater. Greg McGee says anyone with any real intelligence knows that all politicians are corrupt. That is something that I can say that I feel I closely relate to. Males on RUMORNATI Live says, I don't understand the problem with you having a mask on. It's crazy to me. Yeah, I don't want to get approached. I'm not on here being disrespectful. There's no reason to remove the mask. It's not like I'm saying things or doing things to make you be like, oh, that guy's hiding behind something. We need to know who he is and take him down. No, this is general conversation, commentary. I read the chat. I do give my opinion on most things. Some things I choose to stay away from for whatever the reason is. Yeah, I'm just up here giving an opinion. It's cool. Let me go ahead and put the, hold on. I need you guys' help. Subscribe to this YouTube channel, guys. James Aaron says there's 110 of us in here. He's literally reading all of our comments and keeping good convo. Give Rumor a like. I'm the 46th like. We can get to 100. Facts. Thank you, James Aaron. I appreciate you. AA says legal immigration still gets detained. Excuse me. Legal immigrants still get detained by ICE. That's unfortunate. I don't agree with that at all, bro. I don't agree with that at all. They got to get ICE under control. Whether you feel like they should be here or not, they got to get those motherfuckers under control, bro. That's unruly. They got to get, anyway, we're going to move. Let's continue with the content. I know we got Adam Mockler frozen on the screen. They asked, well, why is Adam Mockler up here?
Asking you to end deadly sanctuary cities that
because he hating on Trump. That's what he doing.
Protect the criminals and enact serious penalties for public officials who block the removal of criminal aliens. In many cases, drug lords, murderers all over our country. They're blocking the removal of these people out of our country, and you should be ashamed of yourself.
He is going full unhinged Mad King mode. Let me just contextualize this for you. Donald Trump is uniquely unpopular. He's more unpopular than he was after January 6th, and it's partially because of his immigration policy. It's because ICE has murdered U.S. citizens, and we all saw it with our eyes. It's because of the covering up of the Epstein files, and what he's deciding to do is double down on all of his shittiest policies, and they are going to get smacked around come the midterms because we're all going to go vote. We're going to exercise our right to vote them out, and we are going to take back our country so we don't have to be ruled by somebody who quite literally downplays the killing of U.S. citizens. Here is Ilhan Omar shouting at Donald Trump, "You have killed U.S. citizens," referring to Alex Preddy and Renee Nicole Good, who were murdered in Minneapolis.
Wow.
Isn't that a shame? You should be ashamed of yourself not standing up. You should be ashamed of yourself. That is why I'm also asking you to end deadly sanctuary cities that protect the criminals and enact serious penalties for public officials who block the removal of criminal aliens. In many cases, drug lords, murderers all over our country. They're blocking the removal of these people out of our country, and you should be ashamed of yourself.
I hate this guy. Donald Trump is the one who has sent ICE agents to cities.
I didn't know he was going to say, I hate this guy. I'm not here for the damn. I did not know he was going to say, I hate this guy. I'm not here for the I told you, I don't hate nobody. I'm indifferent. I stand right now judge me on that. Judge me on the fact that I say I stand as a man undecided, okay? I don't see one side greater than the other at this point. I see it in shambles. I see positives and negatives on both ends. So yes, that's where I stand personally. Okay. I didn't know he was going to have a hate campaign for Donald Trump. He said this. I didn't watch this video in its entirety beforehand. So please don't. The views and thoughts expressed in these videos do not necessarily represent the views and thoughts of the RUMORNATI network or the host of the damn live stream. I didn't know he was going to say that. I gave you my disclaimer. I don't hate nobody. That was crazy. That was crazy. All right, let's get back. Let me show the chat some more love, man. Let me show the chat some more love. This guy, but everybody's welcome to their opinions. You can hate who you want. You can love who you want. You can support or not support whoever you want. Like, it's not personal. Passionate, not personal. Remember that. That's how we get down over here. Just keep it respectful. You can have your views. Voice your opinion. Feel how you feel, but just keep it respectful of people's religious beliefs or lack thereof, sexual orientation, race, color, creed. Yeah, just be respectful. But we don't have to love and like each other at all, even though that makes it better. All we got to do is be able to coexist.
Which have killed U.S. citizens. Donald Trump is the one who pardoned the former president of Honduras who tried.
All right. This guy's. Hey, in the title, I did keep in mind in the title, it does say Democrats respond. It does say Democrats respond, right? Like, come on, guys. So anybody who's a Trump supporter, I can see why you would be like, oh, this guy. No, not me, but it was just the Democrats. But you guys say, Buddy Love says you're always going to get the hate out of Trump. I Brownie says Donald Trump is king. Greg McGee says a house of thieves. Rise Riri says he said he's an immigrant and he looks it. No disrespect. Little Bleep says he's a effing monster. Trump is king says Trump is king. Comic Detour, is that Cosmic Detour, excuse me, says nah, don't hate. No hate at all. Calvin says half the country hates him. Wake up. Is that Sendo Justa? What did he say? What'd he say? James Zern, how do they not see that or talk about any of this craziness? False says that Justin, whoa, buddy, D Freedom, I see you. James Zern says January 6th is already proven to be the Dems. Taco Bell says, whoop, womp da womp. Hoffa's Adventures, it's embarrassing to be an American at this point in history. Wow. Damn, Hoffy. Ruben says, I love our president. He's the best president in American history. I Brownie said Donald Trump is Brown Eye says Donald Trump is king. Taco Bell says Trump W. Justin Johnson says 45, 47, 48. James Ern says all this hate on Trump, yet it was a lopsided election like we never seen. He smoked Kamala. And look at what you push, fake and false narratives. You disrupt the policy, you disrupt a police agency from doing their job. Buddy Love says Trump is as hateful as they get. Rise Riri says we never left our country. Fair Game says, what part of illegal don't you understand? Is that Jason Gear? Trump 2028. Taco Bell with the laughing emojis. Mr. P says Omar hates the white man, but she's married to one. Does she hate white people? I don't know. Jay Hart says more people have been killed by trans people than ICE. I don't think ICE has been around as long as trans people, right? Bruno Lapola says, get your facts straight, dummy. Get educated. Little Bleep says truth. Little Bleep says Mad King is a perfect way to describe him. Buddy Love, nobody lies more than Trump. Rise Riri says we never left our country. We was here before everybody. How is Trump still in power? AA says Justin Johnson. Was never really a problem till Biden flooded it with Central America. Mr. P says legal citizens still get detained by the police every day. B. Greg McGee, it's all a psyop to keep your mind on something else. Mr. Free Throw says American citizens are being detained by ICE. Justin Johnson says legal immigrants get detained because Biden opened the gates and let millions in. James Ern says not fortunate, thank the Dems. Close says, can you list me all 8 wars Trump supposedly ended? Where we at? Greg McGee says, do you, bro? Is that Ducati Clutch says Democrat Party is a globalist cult that preys on stupid people. False says understand the mask gimmick. Privacy be important, especially in America. I respect you wearing a mask. It's your choice to wear it, AA says. Facts, I appreciate you guys. James Ern says there's 110 of us in here. Okay, we already there. Shout out to y'all. Mel says $, the Rumonati Network. Shout out to you males over there on Rumonati Live. Shout out to the other people watching on Rumonati Live. You guys click that link at the top. Click that link at the top. Show that other channel some love. That's the backup channel. We're going to be doing a lot more over there. We're going to be doing a whole lot more over there. Jay Ragwire, almost like Jaguar, says, why do you hide your face? Do you work for ICE? I'm going to just get a video to explain it. Because it has nothing, no, sir. It has nothing to do with ICE. It's just privacy. That's all, bro. It's just privacy. You're not going to catch me being overly disrespectful or doing anything to even make you want to figure out, oh, we have to find it. He's a bad guy. He said this. No, it ain't even going to be none of that. So, no, not at all. There's no, it's just privacy, bro. That's it. It's that simple. Y'all want to hear some of this?
Are plummeting down. Call the
Look like we're gonna be with Mr. Trump for a while.
Granting commercial driver's licenses to illegal aliens.
Hold up.
Location. Cannot read even the most basic road sign. Thank you, Delilah. Many, if not most, illegal aliens do not speak English and cannot read even the most basic road signs as to direction, speed, danger, or location. That's why tonight I'm calling on Congress to pass what we will call the Delilah Law, barring any state from granting commercial driver's licenses to illegal aliens.
Does anybody disagree with that? Keyword illegal. Does anybody disagree with that?
And yesterday, as you probably saw at the White House, I hosted a ceremony with Americans who lost their treasured loved ones to the scourge of illegal immigration. People came into our country, how we allowed this to happen with our open borders. These are the angel moms and families that for decades our government betrayed and our media totally ignored. It was terrible. Hard to believe, actually. In 2020.
Van says, interesting you feel the need to cover your face. No, I made the choice to cover my face, Van. There's a difference. I don't feel the need. I made the choice. You must be new here. Welcome, Van. Enjoy yourself. Make yourself at home. Get comfortable. Kick your shoes off. Just don't put them on the table. You can have conversations about anything you want to as long as you maintain respect, brother. Just maintain the respect and we're cool.
23, a 16-year-old high school cheerleader named Elizabeth Medina was supposed to perform in her town's Christmas parade, but she never arrived. Her mother, Jacqueline, went home to look.
I'm not with ICE. I'm not a radical of any type. I'm a regular person. I do regular stuff like anybody else, bro. I just have an opinion. I don't want to be famous. I don't want to be approached in Walmart. I don't want to have people recording me at the gas station or something like that. I just want to put an opinion out there, and whatever comes from it, comes from it. You know what I mean? It doesn't have anything to do with ICE. Bro say I'm a rat. No, I'm not a rat, bro.
Look for her, and she found her lying dead in a bed.
That's funny though. I heard that too. Somebody said I'm a rat. Somebody says I'm running from something or something. Hiding from people or something like that. But anyway,
bleeding profusely after.
But we gotta let Trump speak, right? We gotta let Trump speak. We just listened to it. AA says Trump supporters are not worth my time. Bye. Shout out to you, AA, if you dipping, know what I mean? But it's like we have to allow Trump to speak. We just listened to Mockler go at Trump. It's only fair that we hear somebody speak from the other side, and what better than the guy himself? You know what I mean? This ain't a one-sided thing. Like I said, I'm not for or against. I stand, you can judge me for that. I'm putting it out there. I stand as a man undecided at this time. I see flaws in both parties. That's just me. But
to being stabbed 25 times. Elizabeth's killer was a previously arrested illegal alien who had broken in and brutally extinguished the brightest light in her family's life, violently and viciously. Her heartbroken mother is in the gallery to remind everyone in this chamber exactly why we are deporting illegal alien criminals to our country at record numbers, and we're getting them the hell out of here fast. We don't want them.
Love him or hate him, is he not exciting, bro? You have to give Trump at least, he keeps the blood pumping. I will give him that. If I'm not going to say anything for or against, I'm going to say he keeps the blood pumping. He keeps America on its toes. If you saw the Cat Williams just did a Netflix comedy special where he spoke on Donald Trump and his decision making. He said, this motherfucker will make a decision today and figure out what he did tomorrow. And that's funny as hell because he's moving. He's so active every fucking day. It's like, it was for the first like 30 days, there was something going on. Oh, Trump did this, Trump did that, Trump. I'm like, God damn. You got to at least give him credit for activity. If nothing else, the motherfucker's exciting, bro.
Thank you very much, Jacqueline. Thank you.
This old bastard understands social media too, bro.
We can never forget that many in this room not only allowed the border invasion to happen before I got involved, but indeed they would do it all over again if they ever had the chance. If they ever got elected, they would open up those borders to some of the worst criminals anywhere in the world. The only thing standing between Americans and a wide open border right now is President Donald J. Trump and our great Republican patriots in Congress. Thank you. Thank you. As we speak, Democrats in this chamber have cut off all funding for the Department of Homeland Security. It's all cut off. It's all cut off. They have instituted another Democrat shutdown, the first one costing us 2 points on GDP. 2 points we lost on GDP, which probably made them quite happy, actually. Now they have closed the agency responsible for protecting Americans from terrorists and murderers. Tonight I'm demanding the full and immediate restoration of all funding for the border security, homeland security of the United States, and also for helping people clean up their snow. We have no money because of the Democrats, and it would be nice, we'd love to give you a hand at cleaning it up, but you gave no money. Nobody's getting paid. It's a shame. So you have to think about it. We have, in case you didn't know, a pretty large snowstorm out there. One of the great things about the State of the Union is how it gives Americans the chance to see clearly what their representatives really believe. So tonight I'm inviting every legislator to join with my administration in reaffirming a fundamental principle. If you agree with this statement, then stand up and show your support. The first duty of the American government is to protect American citizens, not illegal aliens.
How y'all feel about that? How y'all feel about that? No, you're welcome to feel. Everybody's welcome to feeling different. Everybody's welcome to feeling different. Year 2026 says truth matters. Gunnar Gibson says amen. J Ragwire says Russian agent. Mr. P says guiding. Mike from the V. Excuse me. Mike from the V says I think you are confused. Is that Leroy? Leroy Yard. I'm hoping I'm saying your name right. Says he's right. Greg McGee says Epstein class. Oh, loves the Trump haters. Can't stop me says American people ain't authentic American people. Xed says speak Trump blaze. Do what he says, not what he does. Also very ordinary says fastest pig. Trump stealing from Americans to fund his board of peace. Pig to build resorts on Gaza. Jay Ragwire says the world is laughing at us. False Avatar says he ain't wrong. Sometimes a country got to protect its own citizens before others. Gunnar Gibson says, may God bless the hell out of America. Hey, you guys are real active in the comments. 5 more likes to get us to 80. 5 more likes to get us to 80. Vanessa 5802 says, he and Vance were in the same place. Us true Americans, patriots, missed our chance. Wow. I think you're confused. Mike Vanderville says, what's that? Sam Gettitz? Only feminists and gay men vote Democrat. Damn. Mike from the Ville says props. Jay Ragwire says clown. Want Webb says Trump is in the Einstein list more than Einstein. Of course, that says Ep, but I said Ein. Also, Very Ordinary says Russia. If you're listening, I hope you're able to find the 30,000 mails that are missing. Emails that are missing. Damn, that sounds like an Eminem bar. Hey, Russia, if you're listening, I hope you found the 30,000 emails that are missing about Trump parties with Einstein. Sounds like an Eminem bar. Are you giving him props, Jay Ragwire says? For activity, I guess if you want to say that, Greg McGee says all politicians are corrupt and all people want to do is love Trump but act like they hate him. James Ern says a king wouldn't be blocked or mocked for doing his job. Jay Ragwire says people are dying without medical. Rise says standing on business. JTB says you only have 4 years and the way Congress screws off and are in break every other week. So that's why he has to move so fast. I'm not mad. That's what I'm saying. We've seen a lot more activity from Trump, whether it was good or bad. I was just speaking on the amount of activity we saw in a short time. That's not saying that I'm for or against. That's just saying he's active. That's all that was. It was an observation. Gunner says he's not a liar. Excuse me. He's not a liar politician. He's a businessman. Michael, blood pumping. LOL. Junk says bone spurs. Sam says Democrats tell black people everything is racist just to get your vote. Immortal, is that Shaft or Chaff? Is that Harry Potter when he grew up on the right backside? Oh my God. No. Go Chaney says multiple victim testimonies from teenage. Whoa. Uh-oh. Who was messing with the underage ones? I don't mean to say underlings. No disrespect. Sorry. Jay Ragwire says he endorses the KKK. Stinky Michael says he said activity. That's funny, man. Rise says yes, he do. Also, Very Ordinary says remember Virginia. Is that Guthrie? Trump say what? Potent says. Robert Jones says oh yes, excellent. XN says the most interesting president in history. That I will say. I Brown I says Trump is not playing around. Rise says I love birthright. Greg McGee, people are in love with Trump. He's part of the KKK, Jay Ragwire says. Remember Katie Johnson, also Very Ordinary says. Mr. P says it's because he's not a part of the swamp. Also Very says impeach, convict, remove, imprison, PDF in chief Trump. Angela says he says worse about the black people. Kevin Stanley, I support not only Trump, but those who against the old ways of government and exploitation of the people when government is for the people, by the people until they're brought. My last report. Oh, yeah, he saw that. He says way worse. Okay. Gunner says, Trump love you, man. Shout out to you all. Jack of all trades says, got to be true to yourself, my friend. Diane Ramos says, liar, liar. Also Very says, Biden's ICE got 150 days of training and Trump cut that to 47. Wow. Luis says, look at Frick and Frack behind the orange moron. That's crazy. False Avatar says, regardless of politics, just glad we can bitch about them instead of boogalooing at each other's throats. Right, like, let's just talk about it. The fuck? Justin Johnson says, look at how he took Maduro, all eyes watching, how powerful we are, and Trump is the man to send the fire. Sam says, I'm black and I voted for Trump. Can't stand you victimhood ass Democrats. Alice knows, I see you. Mr. P says, ICE protesters are cowards. Xed says, no, where we at? Oh, that's Trey talking to Xed for sure. Focus on the content. Why y'all so concerned about the mask? God damn it, Xed says. For sure, man, for sure. Appreciate y'all. Mel's over there. Hold on. Mel says, wait. Where we at? Mel says, if you're an illegal immigrant, how can you feel the need to have rights as an alien? How can an illegal immigrant receive a commercial driver's license? That's a good question. Year 2026 says, seek the Lord with all your heart. Lean not on your own understanding, says year 2026. XOXO Male says, want your product business or music promoted on the live stream? Send your business information to XOXO_males on IG or Discord. We have the product and promotion and music packages all lined up for you guys. We're going to keep this content rolling, you guys. 15 more likes to get us to 100. 5 more likes to get us to 90, guys. 5 more likes to get us to 90. Go Channy says, thanks, Jeff, for proving our point. You don't care. It's all about causing chaos and seeing others suffer. Admit it, coward. Sling Blade says Trump is a dumpster fire. Also very says Constitution outlines 3 co-equal branches of government and, it rolled up on me. And amendments protecting the rights of the people. Calvin says there's a difference. Greg McGee says morons are in love with Trump when he's not the only one guilty. Tom Brewer says Democrats couldn't even stand up for Americans. That's who you people support. Jeff Keller, is that Jeff Kaler? Seeing all those liberals whine and cry is the best. You guys are crazy. Philip Sarek, there's no difference between Democrats and Republicans. They work for the same people. Go Chaney says, Mr. J, what kind of cult-ass statement is that? Anyone that doesn't like proving our word Trump must leave the U.S. That's, whoa. They call me Manny. Oh, excuse me. They call me NyQuil, down with Trump family cartel. What? Trump family cartel. Elroy McFly says Trump is gay. I don't know if he's gay. Mr. P says, Venus, you say this country was built on immigrants. Oh, Mr. P is talking to Venus. You say this country was built on immigrants, but the world was built on conquering. Why do Mexicans and the rest of the South Americans speak Spanish? Where we at? Tom Brewer says, I love when people mention the Constitution with zero understanding of it. Mike from the Ville says, double tap the screen. We're almost at 100 likes. King Greatness says he needs to go save the Americans in Mexico. Oh, wow. We can look at that next, too. Trump doing a good job. If you think he's not, you need to leave America. We don't need your help. Mr. J8531 says. Where's Venus? Brent Greer says, I don't follow the mindset of a mindless mob. I will take the time to listen to anyone speaking of truth and reason. Who are the real bigots? Brent Greer, I agree with that statement. Perversal. That's not Percival, that's Perversal. Oh, you want to be racist. You want to post a monkey and a stop sign. Oh, that's so clever. Perversal, I'm not going to block you, but I am going to remove that statement. And I'm going to give you another chance to show me some creativity with that racism, bro. Can you do something else besides the run-of-the-mill N-word or just the monkey? Do you have anything else? Do you have anything else in your arsenal? After so many years of being small-minded like that, you couldn't come up with something else? That's your go-to. Oh, monkey, he's going to be mad. No, like, that's so run of the mill and shallow. And bro, do you have anything else? Is there anything more creative that you have to express your racism that isn't? Oh, that was feeble-minded. Oh my gosh. Do better, bro. Please do better. Dylan says, block me. I could. I mean, give me a reason, I guess. I mean, other than that, you cool, Dylan. Shout out to you. XA says, we can't live in none of these countries the way these illegal immigrants have lived over here. Oh, we can't live in none of theirs countries the way the illegal immigrants have lived over here, being funded, etc. Hold on, guys. I'm streaming. I'm going to call you back. So, typical rock hound. He trying with that. Nah, you got to do better than that. See, you're typical rock hound. By you trying to piggyback, what you're going to do is get blocked. Yeah, we're going to remove you from the channel. I gave that guy a chance to do it. You tried to piggyback and think you're going to do, oh, I'm going to post a piece of watermelon and a piece of chicken. Does that work? No, I'm going to just block you, buddy. I gave him a chance, not you, bro. We don't do the racism over here. It's not about color. It's about character. All right? I gave him a chance, not you, bro. Don't think that you can piggyback on his racism, bro. Baked Biscuit says, oh my fucking God, he's wearing a mask. I'm glad you noticed. It shows that you have at least minimal observation skills that you can notice that there's a person sitting here with a mask over their face. You have at least minimal observation skills. I'll give you that. Okay, so let's we'll get a little bit more of what Trump says. You guys want to move over to Mexico? I know the numbers are probably going to dwindle down. Once we move on from this Trump thing and we move over there to Mexico and we talk about some of the mayhem that's going on over there. I just want to tell you guys, no content creator is nothing without the support of the people. I appreciate everybody that came through, whether it was a one-time thing or if you're coming back to return and just rock out with us every day. We speak about hip-hop commentary, anything trending, basically. Whatever's in the news, we pretty much talk about it. We have open topics sometimes, you know what I mean? But I'm just letting you guys know because we're going to be switching topics soon, and I know the numbers might dwindle. So I'm just letting you guys know you're always welcome back. Even if it was just a one-time thing, hopefully we gave you a reason to return. Hopefully the chat kept you entertained. If the commentary got on your nerves or you learned something or you hate the commentary, if you were affected in any way, hit the like button, send $1 to $ the RUMORNATI network on Cash App. And just, continue to come back, rock out. We have fun over here. We open up the Discord. Sometimes we let people come up and talk, and we can have friendly debates. We get passionate, never personal. Okay, the debates may get passionate. There may even be profanity, but they're never personal, right? There's not going to be any threats. There's not going to be any racial slurs, any disrespect of anybody's sexual orientation or anything like that. That's not how we getting down over here. All right. We don't do the hate. We don't do the bullying, the doxing, none of that bullshit going on over here. You can have fun. You can disagree, but we got to be able to coexist. That's how we rocking over here. But we're going to keep the content rolling, y'all. I thank y'all. Susie says the mask is alarming. I understand. It's not for everybody. I understand, Susie. Everything isn't for everybody, right? So I know it can be a bit off-putting. It may catch you by surprise or even be unexpected, but trust me, there's nothing to it but protection. Spudnik, it's not that I'm scared to show my face, it's that I made a choice. It was just a choice to wear a mask. Yellow D says, you brought the weirdos out today, bro, man. It's all good. It's all good, man. Everybody's welcome. I know the mask can catch a lot of people off guard. It's cool, man. I love it. I love it. It adds to the engagement. It makes the mystique. Susie Sun-Kissed says, I spread love only. God is watching. Shout out to you, Susie. We appreciate that. We appreciate that. Let me get off in this chat, y'all. We're going to move on. You guys fire though. I like this chat. I love the diversity. I love the difference in opinions. I love the fact that everybody can disagree respectfully. Some people are a little more passionate than others. Like I seen somebody call somebody a fucking idiot or something like that. But still, it's all good. Nobody was like, let's meet up and fight or you shouldn't be alive or no shit like that. It's just like, we don't agree. Move on. I love that, man. I love that. Y'all cool, man. I'm gonna get off in this chat, and we're gonna move on to what's going over there. I know you guys are well aware of what's going on in Mexico, man. Everything is going. Hold on, wait. We gotta hear her speak. Let's hear a little bit more Trump. Then we're gonna get to the Democratic representation, right? Then we're gonna get up out of there and go on to Mexico. It was this all night, though. It was this all night, bro. That's what it was all night.
Speak plainly and honestly. And let me ask you, the American people watching at home, 3 questions. Is the president working to make life more affordable for you and your family? Is the president working to keep Americans safe both at home and abroad? Is the president working for you? As I campaigned for governor last year, I traveled to every corner of Virginia, and I heard the same pressing concern everywhere. Costs are too high in housing, healthcare, energy, and childcare. And I know these same conversations are being had all across this country. Because since this president took office last year, his reckless trade policies have forced American families to pay more than $1,700 each in tariff costs. Small businesses have suffered, farmers have suffered, some losing entire markets. Everyday Americans are paying the price. And even though the Supreme Court struck these tariffs down 4 days ago, the damage to us, the American people, has already been done. Meanwhile, the president is planning for new tariffs, another massive tax hike on you and your family. And Republicans in Congress, they remain unwilling to assert their constitutional authority to stop him. They're making your life harder. They're making your life more expensive. They're even making it more difficult to see a doctor. Rural health clinics in Virginia and across the country are already closing their doors thanks to the so-called One Big Beautiful Bill, championed by the president and Republicans in Congress. And tonight, the president celebrated this law, the one threatening rural hospitals, stripping healthcare from millions of Americans and driving up costs in energy and housing, all while cutting food programs for hungry kids. But here in Virginia, I am working with our state legislature to lower costs and make the Commonwealth more affordable. And it's not just me. Democrats across the country are laser focused on affordability in our nation's capital and in state capitals and communities across America. In the most innovative and exceptional nation in the history of the world, Americans deserve to know that their leaders are focused on addressing the problems that keep them up at night. Problems that dictate where you live, whether you can afford to start a business or whether you have to skip a prescription in order to buy groceries. So I'll ask again, is the president working to make life more affordable for you and your family? We all know the answer is no. I grew up in a house of service. My mother was a nurse and my father was a career law enforcement officer. I began my career by following in my father's footsteps as a federal agent working money laundering and narcotics cases. I worked side by side with local and state police to keep our community safe and to uphold and enforce the law. Law enforcement officers across the country know that it is a unique responsibility to do the serious work of investigating crimes, comforting victims, and making arrests. It's about building trust, and that requires an abiding sense of duty and commitment to community. And yet, our president has sent poorly trained federal agents into our cities, where they have arrested and detained American citizens and people who aspire to be Americans. And they have done it without a warrant. They have ripped nursing mothers away from their babies. They have sent children, a little boy in a blue bunny hat, children to far off detention.
Why does she do that little shimmy? A little boy in a blue bunny
centers. And they have killed American citizens in our streets. And they have done it all with their faces masked from accountability. Every minute.
Hold on, don't talk about masks. Hold on, wait a minute. Hold on, I have nothing to do with that. I have nothing to do. The views and thoughts expressed in this video do not necessarily represent the views and thoughts of the RUMORNATI network host. Shit.
Not spent investigating murders, crimes against children, or the criminals defrauding seniors of their life savings. Our president told us tonight that we are safer because these agents arrest mothers and detain children. Think about that. Our broken immigration system is something to be fixed, not an excuse for unaccountable agents to terrorize our communities.
I was finna say, did they stand for that? All right, guys, we can move on. We can move on. Who knew we was going to be here this long? But we can move on, right? Let's get off in the chat real quick. You guys remember this? The Epstein joke that left Hollywood speechless. Greg McGee says, apparently it's pizza and grape soda. Big Homie Slim says they've been sending poorly trained people to black neighborhoods, killing blacks unlawfully and unjustified. Mr. P says, ripped is their favorite word. Mitsu Kid says, this is a Democrats. Excuse me? They don't care about Americans. The Royard with the laughing emojis. Dustin Howard says Dems are the reason why everything is unaffordable. Tina McComas says Democrats keep lying to Americans. Mark Caesar, they took her embezzlement titles away. No more funneling government money to her bank account. Sorry. Dan Lou says I live in San Bernardino and I promise you ICE ain't coming here. He said they better not try it. Jen says tell me lies and I will vote for you because I took the Kool-Aid. Society is drinking. It's called guilt, shame, and haterade. Xed says Democrats still mad because their India candidate, Kamala Harris, didn't win. Mr. P says, I live here. Tina says, yes, he is. Monica says, bravo, no. Mr. P says she introduced hella new taxes. Dave S. Cameron, rubbish. You're later focused on hate. Jack of all trades, Texas says, yes, he is. Yellow D says, Lil Mama did it. Uh-oh, he's shouting out Lil Mama. Go Chandy says, baked. Explain to me how a North Korea reference is just dumb when these cultists are giving standing ovations after every statement. Bro, I swear they were. I'm not calling them cultists. I'm just saying they were giving standing ovations literally after every statement. If you watched it, you know, bro, it was a clap fest. It was a praise fest. And he's just like, I'm not for or against. I'm just saying how easily they were to stand and applaud for anything. He'd be like, I have a bottle of water. Like, what? And with that water, I'm going to drink from this bottle today. They was giving it up too easy, bro, for anything. They were just giving it up. Out here clapping for anything, man. They were just giving it up. Venus Rose says, have a great day, y'all. Don't let them divide us. Love is love. That's a fact, Venus Rose. Greg McGee says, oh, more lies from the Dems after the lies from the State of the Union. Tima says, Democrats do nothing but lie. Wow, Democrats. God bless Donald Trump, Leroy Ryard. Wow. I know I'm messing your name all up. It's no disrespect, bro. Baked Biscuit says all she do is lie. Queen's Corp says this female shouldn't be talking about affordable and tax hikes with what she's doing. Uh-oh, call out. James Ernst says she's lying. Dave S. Cameron says, he's only been in a year. Big homie shouting out Lil Mama. John says he makes us safer. Jobin McQuaid says, what about all your new taxes, Abigail? Lil Mama did it. She shouting out Yellow D. Dan Lou says, I think we out of search computers. Baked Biscuit says, a North Korea reference is just dumb. Go Channing says, Lero, you really ate up that theatrical shit? John says, yes. Leroy Yard says, no Democrat stood up. Derek Jones said, what up? What's up with it? X says, Trump the man. Fuck that, man. Fuck that. Mr. P says, just ask for assistance, Mexico. We'll come take care of the cartel. Yellow D said the weirdos are all over the chat. Where they at, bro? Do the do, God. I feel at home. 21 way in. Shout out to you, Jeff. You says anyone get their tax tariff refund or Doge check? Ned Johnson says, no, it's because you live in the real world. You know what happens. Facts. Jack of all trades says, you keep doing you. I appreciate you guys. No Eyes Wide Shut. It's not about JFK. Oh, they saying that movie's about it. Lil Mama said a tendency. Okay, for sure. I see y'all. Dan Lou says mask makes sense. The movie's Eyes Wide Shut is about JFK Jr. and Caroline Bessett. Linda Evans says, Lil Mama says $, the RUMORNATI network on Cash App. Let's go. Joe Coates says Mexico. What do you think about it? What do you think? Just making it our 53rd state, take it over, help the people get the oil? Wow, good questions, bro. Good questions. John says, do you like Trump? Enjoy the content. Excuse me. Mike from the Ville says, enjoy the content and act like y'all got an attention span past seeing what's in your face. In other words, grow up. No, everybody from the Real crazy. Yellow D says Trump is temporary, but Wu-Tang. Yellow D said Trump is temporary, but Wu-Tang is forever, bro. Oh, shit. That was funny. Mitsu says, how do illegals get $3,500 in free medical while we have to work and struggle? Nice question, bro. XS says you get that respect when you're the man. Baked Biscuit says your comparison is shit. Stinky Butt Cheek says she was more dumb than annoying. Mark Caesar says, yeah. Roving Ronan says, that's what you saw in the Democrats who set from everything from the U.S. hockey team to the black family now able to buy a home that you missed. Oh, Yellow D says the mods deleted it before I read it. Shout out to that boy Mike from the Ville on the job, man. Shout out to him. Boy, Wu-Tang Forever is hilarious. I just saw another one I was supposed to read. I'm not trying to, hold on, guys. No hate here, but that was choreographic ovations and claps all night long, Monica says. Mitsu says, with all these people flying, Mexican flags, maybe they should be the first to go and help their precious Mexico. Dog, Wu-Tang is forever is hilarious, bro. Baked Biscuit said Brooklyn Zoo. Justin Johnson, we need to take Canada and all the Americans, and all of the Americas. I bet in the future it will happen to grow. Larry Corbin says Trump needs to save Social Security retirement for future generations. 21 says Wu-Tang's forever, I'm weak. Yeah, that was hilarious, bro. Justin says illegals get emergency Medicaid for delivery. Then Medicaid its entire life. And they get EBT because they don't use it. Oh, they don't use a tax number. Wow. Mitsu says, if you just break into Russia, you going to jail. Pro Me Mexico LX Gaming official says, Pro Me Mexico. Big homie said, can I get a Wu-Tang, 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 Wu-Tang? Rod says, all Mexicans are not bad Mexicans. Clay says, well, no shit. Have you ever watched the State of Union? What every party is clapping for their own. Go Chaney says, Google it and tell me how MAGA Trump isn't fascist. Oh, that's what it was. That's what he wanted to do. Y'all know what we do over here. We just gonna let's just see. Just in case you guys don't know, I'm gonna let you guys be the deciding factor if he's fascist or not. All right. A fascist is a follower or proponent of fascism, an extreme far-right, authoritarian, and ultra-nationalist political ideology. It emphasizes a dictator, centralized autocratic power, suppression of opposition, and subordination of individual interests for the nation, race. Historically, it is associated with 20th century European regimes like Mussolini's Italy. Key characteristics of a fascist ideology include, dictatorial. You know what a dictator? I know people be like, pause. Dictatorial power. Totalitarian control with no tolerance for dissonant or democratic processes. Ultranationalism. Prioritizing the state or specific race above all else, often using propaganda to promote blind loyalty. Militarism and violence. Use of force to eliminate political opponents, and often a focus on war, conquest, or paramilitary organizations. Suppression of rights. Individual freedoms are sacrificed for the perceived strength of the nation. Economic control. Strong government regimentation of society and economy. Fascism is generally considered to be on the extreme far right of the political spectrum, distinct from the communism, socialism, and liberalism. What do you guys think about that? Is Trump a fascist? Corn says you're a coward talking. The mask off, proud boy. Nah, Corn, I'm going to rock with the mask on, and I'm not being disrespectful to anybody. So I'm going to keep the mask on. But I appreciate you, Corn. You're welcome to hang around, bro. Queen's Corp says sounds more left than right. Drugs Bunny said, that's funny. Drugs Bunny. Dog, that name is hilarious. Sounds about right. Doug Willis says Trump, Trump, Trump. Big homie says sounds like Trump to me. Mitsu says Biden did that. Nicole says that's right. That's the left. Greg McGee says shit. They paying the ICE protesters $20 to $35 an hour. Spark says literally the Republicans are doing right now. DW says the whole Democratic Party needs to leave the United States. Doug Willis says it's far right as they get. Trump, 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 motherfucker. Nicole says they're not right in their heads. They follow the leader, and the leader is an idiotic supersonic fool. Baked Biscuit says I'll be your fascist. Read on, bro. Rise Riri says, Spark says extreme far right. Enough said. The whole Republican Party. Baked Biscuit says, I'm still standing here like, so the fuck what? D says, immigrants use ITIN numbers that uses the money they get paid from working in the Social Security and federal taxes. The Fat Man 80 says, talk a lot of shit with their face covered. Coward. I didn't even talk shit, the Fat Man. Shout out to you, though. I'm just reading. Oh, unless you're talking about ICE or something like that. I haven't talked one shit yet. Has anybody heard me talk any shit or say anything disrespectful, or what are you talking about? You just assumed because you saw certain people on the screen that I was talking shit or something? No, I'm reading the chats, bro. Relax. Calm yourself. Compose yourself. Control yourself. 3 more likes to get us to 115. 3 more likes to get us to the 115. Run the likes up, guys, please. Clay says exactly. Nicole says it's always like that with the far left. Biscuit says exactly. Clay, it's always choreographed. Greg McGee says all politicians are corrupt. People are in love with Trump like he's the only one guilty. Okay, we've read that before for sure. New Blue Money says Trump destroyed Republicans. Andrell says ice, ice, baby. That's hilarious. I don't mean any offense by it, and that's just hilarious though. Riri says relax and listen. Andre says, okay, that's ice, ice, baby. Greg McGee says anyone that acts like Trump is the only one guilty is an idiot and a half. The Legend says I always find it funny that they say it's a right-wing ideology when it's made by the Socialist Party, working party. Weird. Thomas Lear says President Trump is the greatest president of our lifetime. Nick Weldon wanna be Trump gangster for an object. Foreign object. Nice name. Anyone Trump is an absolute inept. I don't know what you tried to type there. Tony says ice fucks back. Doug Willis says, I think President Trump is the best ever been and ain't going nowhere. Vance 2028. Elroy McFly says, white people never say anything about the KKK or ICE wearing a mask. Stephen Edwards says, I love Mexicans and Mexico. They never done anything to me but show me love. Show love, baby. Nate Williams says, you must be hot wearing all of that. No, not at all. I'm actually very cool. Streaming live from a tent in the woods in Wyoming. It feels very good out here. Shout out to you. Shout out to everybody rocking out. 4 more likes to get us to 120. Actually, 5 more likes to get us to 120. Somebody just took a like away, which is cool. Shout out to you, Indian giver. Wait, hold on. That may be offensive. I take that back. Giver and taker. Okay, it came back. Okay, never mind. Giver. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Go Channy says, oh my God, they still fully deny it right in front of them. Mitsu says, if Japan puts a citizen first, then what do you call that? Damn, the fastest sounds absolutely like Trump, Elroy McFly says. Baked Biscuit says, see, the problem Americans have is they cannot take accountability and understand that we are all act fastest in many ways throughout all politicians. Nick Weldon says, F Trump Jigsaw says the fastest are the leftist. Nicole says, no way. Drugs Bunny with that hilarious name. Drugs Bunny says, how? Sounds about right. Baked Biscuit says, can we all just get it wrong? Kayla says, too scared to show his face. Must be an immigrant. Too scared to get caught. No, I was born right here in America. Not an immigrant at all, sweetie. Not an immigrant at all. Take the mask off. Nope, keep the mask on. Old Town says, 209 in the house. 209 in the house. What's up, 209? Shout out to you. Jim says low IQ. MAGA can't spell USA without SA. Oh, wow. Wow. Cosmo Lover says, reminder, Obama got 50 people killed during his protest and nobody protested against it. Yellow D says, why are y'all so obsessed with the mask, yo? I get it. The mask may be a bit off-putting. I understand, but it's cool. It's not a problem if you don't show your face. The problem is nobody understands what Trump is doing, and what Trump is doing the right way. Finally, Tony Brown says Trump is not the only guilty person. He's the only one that promised. He is the only. What the fuck? Hold on. Let me start that over. MDV says tell ICE take the mask off. Yeah, tell ICE to take their mask off. Riri says indigenous original. Tony Brown says Trump is not the only guilty person. He is the one that promised it. Now it's hiding it, making himself look guiltiest. Baked Biscuit says, I just laugh at it because liberals lose their shit. David says, it's not a problem. You don't show your face. The problem is that nobody understands what Trump's doing is doing it the right way finally. Okay, for sure, y'all. For sure, my bad. All right, we had to catch up. William Gordon says, take that mask off, traitor. Nate Williams says, do you sleep with the mask on? Maybe. Stuff says MAGA equals MIGA. I need you to expound on what that means. MAGA equals MIGA. Expound on that, please, Mr. Stuff. Chef Brooklyn says, I need to hear this from all Democrats. When we get the White House and Senate back, we will release all Epstein files and prosecute all that were involved. William Gordon says, why are you hiding? I'm not hiding. I'm right here in front of you, sir. Justin says, we didn't steal this land. We conquered it, then we built on it. Account says MAGA forever. Stuff once again says MAGA equals MIGA. What I'm going to do is go ahead and I'm going to block you because you're not. Okay. All right. There you go. There you go. Never mind. Somebody told me. It's make Ireland great again. William Gordon said MAGA is a dumbass. Mass comments equals low IQ comments. GTP Gaming says, why y'all so weird about the mask? Dustin Howard says, Dems' only real problem with Trump is that he's no longer writing out endorsement checks for them. Wow, these guys are going crazy in the chat. I love this. The Legend says, don't you just hate when they say traitor, like because you're not white, you think you have to like them? Like the fuck? You have to, he didn't say like them. I read that wrong, guys. Let me read that again. Don't you just hate when they say traitor, like because you're not white, you have to think like them? That's what he said. I read that incorrectly. I don't want anybody to respond to that in another way. Yeah, anytime anybody uses race as a catalyst for thought, or anytime anybody says, oh, because you're this, you think like that because you're this or this, it's almost a bit shallow unless you have a certain understanding of a person's background and upbringing to say because of that, this. But when you just assume, oh, because you're black, you think like this, or because you're white, you think like this, or because you're Mexican or Chinese or whatever, you think like this, that's ignorance. That's ignorance. And you know, over here, we don't do no hate. Everybody's welcome, regardless of race, color, creed. It's all about your character. You got bullshit, you got a piece of shit character, you can get the hell on. If you cool overall, we don't have to even agree. We don't have to love each other, like each other. We don't even have to agree. We just have to be able to coexist. If we can do that over here, have the conversation, voice our opinion, be passionate but not personal about it, then everything is fine, bro. Everything is fine. But we are going to move on, guys. We are going to move on. Scotty Williams says, respect the man's privacy. Wear your mask, bro. Pay attention to the messages, not the messenger. Do your thing, B. I appreciate you guys, man. I appreciate all of you guys. Everybody that's new, everybody that's returning. If you just happen to scroll by and you just found a reason to stay, hopefully you're coming back. Hey, we appreciate all y'all, all the OGs. I don't even want to say the day ones, like I'm separating, but y'all know who y'all are, like the originals, like you know what I mean? Like, man, y'all continue to show up. The new people continue to show up. We just gonna keep building the community. But we're gonna move on, guys. We've been right here long enough. Let's get a little, we got some Epstein. This was the Epstein joke that left Hollywood speechless, right? Anybody remember this at the 2020 Golden Globe Awards? We're just going to play this and we're going to actually move on. We're going to play this and we're going to move on to what's going on in Mexico. I'm sure everybody is already well aware about El Mencho. We got a few videos just to get a little bit of in-depth, or what should probably not that in-depth, quote unquote, explanations about what's going on and stuff like that. Of course, I don't know. I'm not over there. I'm home. I got to go to work. I got to hit the gym. I got to go to Walmart. I'm not in Mexico. I don't know what the hell is going on, but we got some videos that we can watch about it, have a conversation about it. I appreciate you guys. This joke may be in good or bad taste. I don't know. It just kind of goes 6-7. It just kind of goes with what's going on right now. Trump, I seen this guy's name all in the files. Fuck it. Let's do it.
In this room are some of the most
At least that's what they said. My bad. I'm talking about, Einstein. His name was all in the chat. So let's go. 2 more likes to get us to 125, guys. 2 more likes to get us to 125. Let's go. Just having these kind of jokes alone is crazy, right? Just for him to stand up here in front of Hollywood itself and have these kind of jokes in front of Hollywood, that's how you know, bro. This is crazy.
Surviving R. Kelly, Leaving Neverland, 2 popes. Shut up. Shut up. I don't care. It was amazing. It was amazing. It was. It was great.
They're so comfortable with the jokes in the midst of all the allegations, in the midst of all the speculatory speech, right? All the speculations, all the just like someone said earlier in the chat, the movie Eyes Wide Shut was about was it RFK or did they say JFK Jr.? I don't remember, but just how freely they speak about this stuff in front of each other, right? Making jokes about it when at the underneath there's really some truth contained to this, or the Epstein files prove it, right? Not saying these particular people, but that's just weird. This is weird, bro. This is weird.
He's coming for you.
That's crazy, man. That's crazy. There wasn't much to stay on. We're going to move on. Like I said, we're going to go over there to Mexico. I know the crowd might dwindle away. I saw the numbers. I see the numbers. They're amazing. But I know the crowd might dwindle. I know a lot of people were here for the Donald Trump's, the whole Donald Trump segment. The numbers might dwindle. Cool. I just want to say I appreciate everybody for coming through. Even if you came for a second, thank you. If you choose to stay, we appreciate you more. Just rock out, have fun, voice your opinion, be as open as you want. Just be respectful to everybody, man. And we cool. Let's do it.
Hey.
All right, so we all know what's going on with El Mencho, right? El Mencho. Right now. Mexico is in mayhem right now. All right. The Sinaloa cartel once was what? The strongest cartel in Mexico, if I'm not mistaken. They got it's a whole new faction that came about to try to take power from them, to try to take over Mexico. I think what is it, the NGJC or something like that? I don't know the initials. I don't know the acronyms, okay? Don't get me wrong. I reserve the right to be wrong as a human, right? I reserve that right. But long story short, there's mayhem in Mexico. It's not safe, right?
Right now, I do want to get to the latest on the ongoing violence over in Mexico. Here's a look at just some of the video showing it all play out over the last several days. I believe this is from yesterday. The U.S. State Department urging Americans.
Mencho, Macho. You're right, though. El Mencho.
Who are in Mexico to shelter in place in areas where the violence erupted. Now, the violence comes in the wake of the capture and killing of notorious cartel leader El Mencho. We are also learning from the Associated Press that it was surveillance of a romantic partner that helped the Mexican armed forces track him down. Both Mexico and the U.S. spent years tracking El Mencho, with military investigators finally identifying and following a trusted associate of the cartel leader. Now, there is a lot to explain about what all of this means, what happened afterward, and what the future holds. I do want to bring in Connor Pfeiffer, Senior Director of Government Relations for FDD Action. Thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us today.
Of course. Thanks, Josh.
Yeah, well, first off, I wanted to ask you if you could kind of overall break down the situation that's taking place on the ground there in Mexico, because there are so many different nuances to all of this.
Of course, Josh, it's great to be with you. So the reason you're seeing widespread violence right now in different parts of Mexico after El Mencho's killing is because the Jalisco cartel, which El Mencho led and is the most powerful cartel in Mexico, is taking out retaliation in response to El Mencho's killing. And so in areas of Mexico where the Jalisco cartel has significant control, think Jalisco and other areas in kind of central Mexico, for instance, that's where you're seeing the most violence. It's unclear how long the violence will take place. You've got a leadership succession to be determined for the cartel, and as well, the Mexican armed forces are beefing up security and trying to prevent additional blockades of highways, burning of cars, and some of the other violence we've seen. But this is kind of an expected reaction in the past when key narco leaders like El Chapo were captured. You've seen the similar reaction from other cartels. But what I think I want to underscore for your viewers is this is a massive victory for the United States and Mexico, killing El Mencho. Again, he led the most powerful cartel in Mexico. He has American blood on his hands. His cartel has trafficked fentanyl that has killed hundreds of thousands of Americans in overdose deaths in the past decade. And so this is a good day for the United States, but at the same time, we have to be cognizant of the violence that could follow because of how it's destabilized the cartel.
It's also important to note that our different affiliates across the country here have talked to several of their local citizens who are trapped, so to speak, there in Mexico watching all of this unfold.
Damn.
How safe is it for Americans right now who are in Mexico? Is it safe in any way?
Josh, I think for people who are currently in Mexico or considering travel to Mexico, they should consult the State Department, which has been putting out regular updates, not only for the whole country, but also for specific areas of Mexico, specific cities, specific states. And the State Department can provide the best information as to the current status of those areas. I think overall, though, the violence has been restricted to certain areas. And so it's not like every city in the country is seeing this kind of violence, if that makes sense.
Where did I see that? Oh my gosh, I wish I had it. Somebody said it was not consolidated to certain areas. Somebody said they were going wild all over Mexico, and I don't have I don't have it. Never mind. I don't have it.
As we kind of watch all of this continue to play out here, what are we hearing from Mexican leaders? How are they responding to the security, economic pressures, all of that?
So President Sheinbaum and her security minister, Omar Harfuch, and as well as the head of the military yesterday gave additional details on the operation and said it's the Mexican government's priority to bring security back under control and do their best to stop further violence in the aftermath of the killing. One thing that's going to be important in the coming days is for the Trump administration to continue to work with the Mexican government to take advantage of this opportunity. Right now, the Jalisco cartel is scattered and is in significant chaos. And one thing I think it's important for your viewers to know as well is the other major cartel in Mexico, the Sinaloa cartel, which is what El Chapo led before he was captured. They're in the middle of a civil war right now because of the capture of El Mayo in 2024. And so right now, both major cartels in Mexico are not in a strong position. And so this is an opportunity to double down, both for the Mexican government and the U.S. government, to double down on efforts to dismantle these cartel networks and hurt their leadership. And so they're able to traffic fewer drugs and commit less violence, both in the United States and in Mexico.
Talking about the U.S. there, does all of this kind of impact anything about the relationship there between the U.S. and Mexico?
It's clear from what the Mexican and U.S. governments have said.
Right. Don't we get Mazdas and Nissans built over there? Henry Bain, I see you over there on RUMORNATI Live. What's up with it? Don't we get Mazdas and Nissans and shit built in Mexico as well? Like they build cars. Aren't they Mexico is one of our biggest trade partners, isn't it?
After the operation, that U.S. intelligence and planning was critical as part of Mexico's efforts to undertake the operation. So it shows the importance of stronger security cooperation between the United States and Mexico. Under the Trump administration and Mexico's recently new president, Claudia Sheinbaum, you've seen much stronger security cooperation than you saw in the past. And that's really important because you can actually make tangible gains against these criminal groups when the U.S. and Mexico are working closely together. And so I think it's a reaffirmation of the importance of the Trump administration strategy of putting constant pressure, economic as well as security pressure, on the Mexican government to see outcomes like this.
You know they got to fight for a leader. John says, why did Trump pardon Juan Hernandez, the drug kingpin? Baked Biscuit says, okay, Greg, at least I can spell your name correctly. Big Homie says, Rams are built in Mexico as well. See? John says, why did Trump pardon Juan Hernandez, the drug kingpin? Don't type it again, bro. We got it, bro. Type something else, bro. Just no spamming. You can do your thing. Just no spamming, please. Bastant, is that Bastantia? I hope I'm saying your name right. Oh, I lost it anyway. Oh, okay. They didn't just take down Mencho, excuse me. They took out an airplane and a sub with tons of their products. Oh, wow. I didn't know that. Dope Home says Toyota's built in Mexico. Great. Yeah, that's why you're supposed to check and see where it's built from. If you're purchasing, you don't want yours built there. You want your Toyota coming from Japan. Queens Corp says, it's like Mexico is why our 2A needs to be left alone. The criminals don't abide by gun laws, so does it make sense to take ours away? These citizens can't fight back easily. I agree. Second Amendment. Matthew Gardner says it's completely safe to go to Mexico. Mike from the Ville says, understood. Greg McGee says, looks staged to me, just another psyop. Greg don't even know his ass from the hole in the ground. Baked Biscuit says, that's stupid. Yvette, I see you. Phoenix says, hell no, it's all over the country. What's up, Phoenix? Big Homie says, facts. Believe none of what you see on the news. Baked Biscuit says, Yvette is the plug. She said, Yvette says news overdoes it. Greg McGee says, and believe what they're told without asking question. Stinky Butt Cheek says, who the hell cares? Big Homie says, leave the cartel alone. They doing the same thing America's doing, so why go fucking with them? Gary Million, is that Million or Millie Ron? Says, hell burning. Yellow D says, prayers to all the Americans stuck over there and scared. Facts. Baked Biscuit says, tell them Mexican president to hold my beer. Hold my beer. Finney says they need our help, but won't ask for it just yet. Greg McGee says the U.S. wants to own the whole Western Hemisphere. Wow. El Goblino. The legend says El Goblino. Is that Goblino? Who is that? El Goblino. Misreading Book says they set it off over El Mencho. Jalisco Cartel, Stephen Edwards says. El Aduso, the legend says. Are these real ones? Swipe Bot says, get right with Jesus, for he is the Son of God. He died on the cross for our sins and rose 3 days later, saving us from hellfire. If we put trust and faith in what he did for us, gain salvation now. Oh, he said, put your trust and faith in what he did for us to gain salvation now. All right, don't spam, bro. Gipper says, I've been doing this crap for 16 years. Believe me, Hollywood is the biggest demon on earth next to the Royals. Wow. What you do, Gripper? You act? Descartes says, ignorance on display here, hoping it gets better. Rise Riri says, I love R. Kelly. The real one do and the real ones do and overstand. Big Homie said the rule for the PDFs. Yeah, the comments messed up when you're reading them backwards. The bro said he's slow as fuck. Nigga, I ain't slow. I can read, boy. Rise Riri said, our ancestors said question everything. Our ancestor Dick Gregory said question everything. Rise Riri, look at this. I know you already know, but look what we already had pulled up. Who that?
I wanted to ask you about the Oscars.
Shout out to the OG. Rebecca Thompson says you will know people by the fruit they produce. Captain Nintendo says Hollywood should be called Hollyweird. Yeah, I read the comments from the bottom up, bro. So yeah, sometimes it gets a little weird. My bad about that. It happens though. We find it. Don't get me wrong. I can find the conversation in it. Cullen the Irishman says never going to Mexico again. I live in Houston. That's close enough. Wow. The Juro Pantique says boop, Mexico. Damn, bro, why you feel like that about them? I don't think anyone was left in Mexico. I thought they were all here by now. Dustin Howard says, the legend says, I feel bad for citizens of that country, but hopefully this will push America's business back into America. Hey, what can I say? Your boy Teddy said, what's going on? Hello from Miami. What's up, 305? Take it to the house. Mike from the Ville said they're saying all of this to take attention away from the attack on Iran. Phoenix 44 says a lot of our factories went across that border. Huh? Miku says Biden auto pardon 8,000 plus. A new record. Auto pardon. Damn. Sam Aiden says, what about the criminal gang that protects the Epstein files? 5 more likes, guys. 5 more likes. Sam Aiden says, why won't you address how your master Trump protects child pedos after campaign to release everything? Elroy McFly says, hit that like button. You would have to find somebody who recognizes Trump as their master and ask them that. The higher the population, the more data centers needed. The more complex the population, the bigger the data center. Eventually, you won't be worth the memory. Wow, gloom or doom says. William Gordon says you belong to a white supremacist party, so what does that make you? Wow. Who are you referring to, William Gordon? I guess he's having a conversation with somebody back and forth. Gloom or doom says sometimes it's easier to see your light when you're surrounded by darkness. Shout out to you guys, man. Run the likes up. Right here we got did you guys hear this? Did you guys hear El Mencho threaten the cops before they approached him? Did you guys hear about that? Mr. G. Fitty said, bro, your chat is wild in the day. Bro, I'm telling you, it's going crazy. Did you guys hear El Mencho tell the police to fall back or they going to die? We're going to play it right now. Let me speed it up a little bit. W. Taylor says, Ultra MAGA. Hey, man, I'm not mad at nobody for how they feel, bro. Supporters, non-supporters, whatever side y'all choose, that's on y'all. I told y'all right now, I stand as a man undecided when it comes to that. You make your opinion. Now, judge me on that. Judge me on the fact that I haven't chosen a party. Judge me on that. Why do you cover your face? Just because I'm not a personality. It's just an opinion. I don't want to be approached in Walmart. I don't want to be your favorite person that you run up to and ask for autographs or anything like that. It's just an opinion. That's why I cover my face, bro. That's it.
Delta 1. Hey, ¿quién habla? Mira bien, hijo de tu puta.
Josh Collins says, you stand as a coward with your face covered. Oh, you were just in time to hear my explanation about why my face is covered.
Puta madre, soy Mencho, güey. Relaja tu puta gente a la verga, soy Mencho, güey. Relaja tus putas partidas, si no te voy a partir tu madre 10 todo.
Hold on, can you guys read this?
Hey, ¿quién habla?
Delta 1, Mencho. I'm assuming he's cussing. Look here, you motherfuckers, it's Mencho.
Tu puta madre, soy Mencho, güey. Relaja tu puta
You better tell your fucking people to leave us alone. The police said, huh?
gente a la verga, soy Mencho, güey. Relaja tus putas.
Mencho says, get your fucking men to fall back. I'm going to, I guess he said, shoot up you and your whole squad. I have 30 of you motherfuckers located and identified, or bitches located and identified.
Partidas, si no te voy a partir tu madre 10 todo tu bola de perros. Te tengo identificado 30 güeyes. Hasta tus putos perros te voy a matar si no te...
Mencho says, I'll even take out your fucking dogs if you don't chill, bro. He wasn't playing, bro.
Relajas, güey. Vamos a ver. Ya está, señor, ahorita los bajo. Oh, no.
Hold on.
Vamos a ver.
Then he asked him what you think about that. After telling him, nigga, I'll take you out, your dogs. I got 30 of y'all niggas in the scope right now. I will take all of y'all out. Get out of here before I take you and your entire family out. What you think about that?
Ya está, señor, ahorita los bajo.
Police said, yes, sir. I'll tell the police squad to fall back.
Oh, no cuelgues, hijo de la verga. Te tengo ubicado más en Chicago.
Mencho says, no. You better not hang up, motherfucker. I've got your location right now.
Estamos en Chacala, güey. No le estoy colgando, le estoy diciendo ahorita los bajo.
Police, no, sir. I'm not hanging up. Not hanging up. I was just saying I'll let them know.
Póngase a las pilas, güey. ¿Qué le cuesta ser amigo, cabrón?
Mencho says, get your shit together. Didn't you agree to work with us?
¿Uno no se mete con ustedes para que se pasen de verga? No, señor. Ahorita yo se las bajo.
Police says, no, sir. I'll tell him to back off.
Revíremeles a todos los hijos de su puta madre porque todos agarran dinero y son buenos de puercos.
Mencho says, look, tell your people to fall back because all of you happily accept my money, you pigs. Corruption. Police says, yes, sir. They're telling me right now. Mencho, or they didn't block out this cuss word. Mencho says, get your shit together or you'll be the first one that I'll make an example of. He's talking to the guy on the phone who's doing the, Hold on. What did I just see in that chat?
Oh, tú eres el primero que vas a marchar por ellos, León. No, señor. ¿Vale? No, señor, no se trata de eso.
No, sir, we don't have any more problems. Mencho says, watch yourself because I'll spill blood at a moment's notice. You already know what's up. Wow, this guy was ready to go, man. Who wants to live like this? This guy was going from place to place every night, not sleeping in the same place. I don't want that much power, influence, money, nothing. I don't want that much power. Why I got a mask on? Who want to live like this?
Váyase a la verga porque aquí los vergazos están al 220, ya se la sabe. Y miedo no hay. No, señor, no se trata de eso. Entonces, si quieren amistades, sí va a tener un amigazo, cabrón. Si no, a chingar a su madre a la verga.
So if you guys want us to be friendly, then you be friendly. If not, go. I guess he says, fuck yourselves then, Mencho.
No, yo sé, señor. Estoy hasta la verga de que no entiendan, loco. Señor, usted me conoce, usted sabe que yo soy amistad. Pues por eso me extraña, cabrón. Yo te entiendo, güey, pero no mames, yo sé que tiene...
Hold on, what did he say? Police said, sir, you know me. You know I'm on your side.
Señor, usted me conoce, usted sabe que yo soy amistad. Pues por eso me...
Mencho says, well, that's why I'm surprised you don't understand. That's why I'm surprised. You understand. You got people and family to take care of. So get your shit together.
Cabrón, yo te entiendo, güey, pero no mames, yo sé que tienes gente y la familia de chingada. Verga, no de las putas pilas. Yo lo sé, señor. No quiero que me apagues este puto teléfono después.
The police replies, no, I know, sir. Mencho says, I don't want you to turn off your phone. I'll call you again real soon to find out if you guys chilled the fuck out. Got it?
Te voy a marcar, güey, a ver si no se relajaron a la verga. No, ahorita le voy a marcar. A todos en general, güey. Relájenmelos a la verga. Por favor.
He's telling everybody to chill. Guy says, I'll call you back.
No, ya no le vuelvas a marcar. Yo le marco cuando yo pueda.
No, don't call this number back. I'll call you.
Pero no me lo apague porque lo voy a entender como negatividad. No, señor.
Don't turn your phone off, though, because I'll interpret that as disrespect.
Ahorita le mando un mensaje de otro número. Órale, pues, Melón, ahí les quiero eso, que te relajen a la verga. Sí, señor, usted me conoce, usted sabe que hay respeto.
All right, well, that's what I hope, that you guys leave us the fuck alone. Yes, sir, you know me. All I have is respect for you.
Nada más. Igualmente, de aquí para allá también. Yo ahí disculpe por la mala palabra.
He said, same for all you guys, and I apologize for the foul language.
Aquí los muchachos son los que están allá y usted yo se los saludo. Ahora pues, ahí le encargo. Ándale, sí. Ahí relájenmelos a todos, dígale que va de parte.
The police says, I got the crew here. I'll give him the word. Mencho says, all right, then tell him to fall back, and that's an order from me.
Mía. Claro que sí. Ya está.
The police said, yes, boss. Bro, come on, bro. Come on, bro. The police are responding to this man, yes, boss. They was on his payroll till it was time to catch him. They was team Mencho until it was time to catch him. They're gonna take money from everywhere. The Mexican police, you better believe, I'm assuming, this is all alleged, I'm assuming that they take money from each and every one of them cartels to turn the blind eye. That's why it's going on so prominently over there. That's why it's happening so rampant over there. That's why they run rampant like that the way they do. The police are paid to turn a blind eye. The police force isn't strong enough to take them down on their own. They need America's help. The cartel, the cartel's army is probably as strong, if not stronger, than the police force in Mexico, bro. Yeah, this was audio that resurfaced after his death.
The most wanted man in the world did not die quietly in his sleep. On February 22nd, 2026, the mountains of Tapalpa turned into a war zone.
All right, let's get off in this chat real quick. Remember, guys, I'm reading the chat from the bottom up, so it might not make sense if it's a response to somebody. Phoenix 44 says, bro, show them people looting them stores down there. Baked Biscuit says, yeah, time to enact Operation Bring Back Mexico to the U.S. Gloomer Doom says, left wing, right wing, both wings on the same serpent. Your mom's booty says, true that. The legend says they own that country. LaDon Turner says, real talk. Stephen Edwards, that's the chief of Policia he's speaking to. Wow, that was the police chief? Damn. Ricardo says, that voice recording is years old. Okay, all right. Okay, I appreciate that, bro. I appreciate that, Ricardo Taliban official. Appreciate that. The legend says, and they own politicians. Brendan Brooks says, time to take Mexico. They just want to live. Yvette says, mark of the devils. Damn, it might though. Phoenix says, that boy a shot caller order from me. And yes, boss. Baked Biscuit says, hell, he paid them folks. Phoenix says, why are there still Trump comments? Mike from the Ville says. Oh, you know, some of the chats run at, like, you know, people stream run at different times too. You ever, people streams run at different speeds. So somebody might be 3 minutes behind or something like that. And they might be watching live and still be 3 minutes behind. Shaheem says, get right with Jesus, for he's the Son of God that died on the cross for our sins and rose 3 days later, saving us from hellfire. Mark of the Devil says, I hope they still make cocaine after this. That nigga funny. That nigga, that funny, dog. Hold on, y'all. Brendan Greg McGee says he better be glad they didn't hit him with the discombobulator. At Home says, who created the KKK? Brendan Brooks says they want to hurt the innocent. Sosa says he lived in plain sight. The cartel is so stupid, I swear, the legend says. The Sosa says no, he wasn't. Jeremiah says everyone's ready behind the computer. Mr. Juan Moore said, what's up in here, man? We just cooling. Mike from the Ville with the hammer said, I'm stepping on shit. I don't care. Damn said, damn, Gloom of Doom said 500 children go missing in the U.S. every year. Only 200 children are saved through state authority and programs like Amber Alerts. That is just the U.S. per year. Wow. Rhonda Thompson says, hi, everyone. What's up, Rhonda? Greg McGee says, which was filmed by Stanley Kubrick, the same man who filmed Eyes Wide Shut. All the astronauts have a star on the Walk of Fame for the moon landing, Greg McGee says. I didn't know that. Mike from the Ville say, blocked boy. Who is blocked boy? JB. Who got blocked? Lil Mama say, well, damn. Brendan Brooks says the cartel can be erased easily. Really? Really? Brendan Brooks? You think so? Randy says reported for death threats. There were nobody on here, me, nor anyone in the chat. Where did that even come from, brother? What are you talking about? Where we at, y'all? I guess Can got blocked, or he got his comment removed. If he didn't get blocked, he got his comment removed. Okay. Excuse me. LSD Dream says the cartels have a lot of advanced weapons, the latest ARs to Black Hawk helicopters. Greg McGee says the U.S. wants to own Mexico. Check out Monroe document for the non-believers. All right, Mike from the Ville, I see you, bro. For sure. Danny says, my heart aches for the good people of Mexico. God protect and bless. Lil Mama say, got you, Mike. Big homie says, only ones complaining about anything you do, rumor, is the newcomers. Yeah, I wonder what was that dude talking about, some kind of threat. Don't do that, bro. Nobody doing that in here. We don't even allow disrespect in here like that. What are you talking about? Baked Biscuit says we should invade Mexico and take it. That's funny. BDA says the whole Western Hemisphere is corrupt. Elroy says the CIA has always sponsored the Mexican cartel. It's all a game from the U.S. Lil Mama Did It says exactly, big homie. BDA Moore says please keep the cocaine come. Oh my God, y'all funny. Phoenix says Mexico a pipeline. They don't really grow coca. Stephen Edwards says the policia ain't shit, and the Mexican Marines it's the Mexican Marines they worried about. Right. Okay, for sure. Matthew Gardner said don't worry, bro. The cocaine. It's made in Colombia. I can make cocaine. Big homie says CIA is helping traffic kids. Melissa says Trump, Antichrist. Pocket says come correct. They're eating the children's population. They're not daycares. Wow. The legend says cartel could be taken down, but they are too deep to get rid of by Mexico. Mexico, an outside force will have to remove it, but honestly, not worth the time. Pocket says blocking DHS is treason. Melissa says the rich get richer and the poor get poorer. Gloom or doom is hard. Responsibility being modest when you are awesome. Jack of all trades says life is short, sometimes even shorter. Pocket says remember your codes, Patriots. And Tattoo Jerry says theatrics at its finest. Melissa says bye-bye. Shout out to you, Melissa. Have a good one. Have a good one. Have a good one.
Bullets ripped through the trees. Military helicopters swarmed the gray sky. And deep in the chaotic crossfire, Nemesio Oseguera Cervantes, the ruthless ghost known as El Mencho, was bleeding out. The undisputed king of the Jalisco New Generation Cartel was taking his last breaths.
Did I say Jalisco? I said it's called Jalisco. I said Jalisco, and I know the J is pronounced as a H. And anyway, I think I said Jalisco. I'm sure I said it too. I read it like that.
But how did the untouchable phantom finally get caught? Before we dive into this nightmare, hit that like button if you want to see more case-based empire of blood and absolute terror. His cartel was a private army. They had rocket launchers. They had armation to the military in the first
That's what bro was just talking about.
Place. Who betrayed the king of the Jalisco New Generation Cartel? For years, El Mencho trusted absolutely no one. He didn't use cell phones. He didn't sleep in the same bed for more than a few days. He lived like a ghost because he knew the moment he got comfortable, he was dead. But even ghosts have weaknesses, and El Mencho had a massive vulnerability that no amount of guns or money could fix. His own—
Run the likes up, y'all. Run the likes up. One more like will get us to 160. 6 more get us to 165. Let's go, y'all. Run the likes up, please.
Body was turning against him. Rumors had been floating around the underworld for a long time. The boss was sick, really sick. He was suffering from severe kidney failure. You can't just walk into a public hospital when there's a $15 million bounty on your head. You have to bring the hospital to you. He built an underground network of private doctors and secret clinics hidden deep in the mountains. But moving heavy medical equipment like dialysis machines is not easy. It leaves a trail. It requires logistics, and logistics require people. Do you think you could keep a secret like that hidden forever? Every time a doctor was blindfolded and driven up into the Sierra Madre, the risk multiplied. The DEA knew this. The Mexican military knew this. They stopped looking for heavily armed convoys and started looking for medical supplies. They were tracking the machines keeping him alive. But the machines alone weren't enough to pinpoint his exact cabin in Tapalpa. They needed a human error. They needed someone on the inside to slip up. And someone finally did.
The inner circle of the cartel is a snake pit. Everyone is looking for a way to move up. Everyone has a price. Intelligence agencies intercepted a coded message just 48 hours before the raid. A high-ranking cartel lieutenant, someone with direct access to the medical schedule, made a catastrophic mistake. Maybe he was careless, or maybe he sold out the king for the crown. What do you think happens when a top boss gets betrayed by his own family? The message confirmed the exact location. It was a secluded ranch in Tapalpa, a fortress disguised as a quiet retreat.
Wow.
The net was closing fast. American intelligence drones hovered silently miles above the cloud line, completely invisible to the armed guards.
If y'all fly drones, y'all know the higher that motherfucker is up in the sky, the harder it is to see and hear. And I'm sure that the cameras they have on those drones, those military drones, I'm sure they're crazy, bro. They can probably see a kneecap on a gnat. You know what I'm saying? Like, that shit could be so high in the air and probably zoom down and see like a gnat's kneecap. And I don't really think gnats have kneecaps. If they do, we just learned. I'm goofy. Let's just see. Okay, so I can't use, I'm still using it. It could see a kneecap on a gnat, even though gnats don't have kneecaps, all right?
They watched the property for 24 hours straight. They saw the heavily armed trucks. They saw the doctors arriving. The target was officially confirmed. Inside the cabin, El Mencho was hooked up to a machine, filtering his blood, completely unaware that the sky above him was full of eyes. He was weak. He was vulnerable. The most dangerous man in Mexico was tied to a medical device in the middle of the night. The military knew they had an incredibly narrow window. If he finished his treatment and moved to the next safe house, the trail would go cold again. They had to strike immediately.
So this dude is hooked up to dialysis machines and all this. He's only 59 years old. He was hooked up to dialysis machines and all kind of stuff. So he's in bad health as he's doing. It's probably coke. Is the coke eating him up, or was he doing his own fit? Like, why is his health so bad? Like, nigga, you got all this money. You can't pay for good health. Ask Steve Jobs, wealth can't buy health. What Pusha T say? Ask Steve Jobs, wealth can't buy health. Yeah, okay, all right, anyway.
If you had $15 million staring you in the face, would you risk your life to give up a cartel boss?
Yes! Oh, wait. Yes!
Let me know in the comments below. The strike team boarded the helicopters in total darkness, but as they flew toward the mountain, they realized the cartel had a terrifying surprise waiting for them in the trees. The helicopters flew completely dark. No lights, no radio chatter. Just the heavy thumping of rotor blades cutting through the cold Mexican night air. The Mexican Special Forces and DEA advisors thought they had the element of surprise. They were wrong. You do not sneak up on a man who owns a private army. El Mencho's ranch was not just a cabin. It was a fortified military base hidden under a thick canopy of pine trees, and his guards were not sleeping. As the first Black Hawk helicopter flared its nose to descend, the forest literally lit up. It was not small arms fire, it was heavy artillery. The cartel had 50 caliber machine guns mounted on armored trucks hiding in the brush. They had rocket-propelled grenades pointing straight at the sky. A terrifying wall of glowing red tracer rounds ripped up into the darkness. Do you know how much firepower it takes to make elite special forces panic? A lot. And the cartel had enough ammo to start a small war. One of the rockets narrowly missed the lead chopper. The pilot had to perform a violent evasive maneuver, banking so hard that the soldiers inside were thrown against the bulkheads. The element of surprise was completely dead. The raid instantly turned into a chaotic bloodbath before a single boot even touched the dirt. The military had to return fire from the air, spraying thousands of rounds down into the trees. But what was happening inside the cabin while the world exploded outside? Inside the fortified ranch, absolute panic took over. The deafening roar of the machine guns shook the windows. El Mencho was still hooked up to his life-saving dialysis machine. His blood was literally pumping through plastic tubes. His top lieutenants rushed into the medical room, screaming over the sound of the helicopter rotors. They had seconds to make a choice.
You guys know, orale! You guys know what dialysis is, right? Y'all know it's basically they're filtering the blood. They're taking the blood out of your body through this fucking microphone cord right here, and they're pumping the blood out of your body, filtering it out, cleaning it, and putting it back into your body, right? So this dude was getting his blood cleaned. This dude was getting his blood cleaned at the time they came. ¿Qué pasa, hoes? Órale! Hold on. What's my shit? My Dominicans be saying, my little Dominican female mommies be saying, coño, carnal. Yeah, see, El Mencho, they had a whole bunch of cuando te chivo. El Mencho told the cuanto de chivo, hoes. I ain't gonna lie, I don't know what half of that shit mean. I know what cuanto de chivo means. That's the AK-47. Greg McGee says the Epstein class and the rich dude. Oh, that also with adrenochrome, baked. Oye, papo. Baked Biscuit says, Vinny Speed says, what are you hiding for? I'm not hiding my brand. I'm right here. Vámonos, señor. Motherfucker says, say la bamba. Julio Con, what's up with it? Nah, I ain't hiding, bro. I'm right here. You see me? I'm right here. I'm not hiding. If I was hiding, you wouldn't see me. This is hiding. This is hiding. Yeah, so I ain't hiding. I'm the man in the mask. I'm right here.
Leave him connected and wait for the military to kick the door down, or rip the tubes out and run? They chose to run. They violently disconnected the supreme boss of the most dangerous cartel in the world. He was bleeding, weak, and barely able to stand on his own 2 feet. His bodyguards practically carried him out the back door into an armored SUV. The plan was to punch through the military blockade and disappear into the rugged mountains on foot if they had to. But the special forces were already roping down from the surviving choppers, landing right in their escape path. Bullets shattered the windows of the cartel trucks. Elite soldiers were advancing through the smoke in the dark, dropping cartel fighters one by one. El Mencho's personal security detail was fighting a losing battle, throwing their bodies in front of the boss to keep him breathing. Do you think loyalty in the cartel is real, or are they just terrified of what happens if they let the boss die? Drop a comment below and let me know. The boss was bleeding heavily from his ripped medical tubes, and the soldiers were just 50 yards away. But then, the cartel did something absolutely unthinkable to stall the military.
The soldiers were closing in fast. The armored SUV was trapped. The escape route was cut off by heavily armed Mexican special forces. So the cartel made a terrifying choice. They decided to burn the mountain down. To buy the boss 3 more minutes of life, El Mencho's personal guards turned their weapons on their own safe house. They aimed rocket-propelled grenades at the massive fuel tanks feeding the estate's generators. Do you know what happens when thousands of gallons of diesel ignite all at once? The explosion was absolutely catastrophic. A massive fireball ripped through the pine trees, turning the dark night into a scorching hell. The violent shockwave knocked elite soldiers flat on their backs. The blazing inferno created an instant wall of fire between the military and the escaping cartel boss. It was a suicidal tactic. Several of El Mencho's own men were instantly incinerated to protect the Phantom. Would you sacrifice your life in a fire just to give a dying boss a head start? Through the thick black smoke, the armored SUV smashed through the flaming wooden gates. El Mencho was inside, desperately gasping for air. His organs were failing. The violently ripped dialysis tubes were still leaking blood onto the leather seats. He was slipping out of consciousness as the heavy truck bounced violently down the rugged mountain road.
So that's what I was going to say. Did he really pass on from the gunshots, or was he doomed anyway, being that his blood was leaking out at a rapid rate from him being on dialysis and there was no way to stop it? Like, was he already going to be gone from loss of blood anyway?
But the military was not going to let a wall of fire stop the most important raid of the century. The military commanders in the sky immediately reacted. The Black Hawk helicopters banked hard, flying straight over the blazing inferno to track the fleeing SUV. The pilots locked their thermal cameras onto the hot engine of the cartel truck. El Mencho could run, but he could not hide from the eyes in the sky. The mountain road was treacherous. It was pitch black, winding along steep cliffs with no guardrails. The driver pushed the armored vehicle to its absolute limits, desperate to reach a secondary extraction point. But how long can a sick, bleeding man survive in the back of a bouncing truck while being hunted from above? His lieutenants were frantically trying to stop the bleeding. They had massive guns and millions of dollars, but none of that could buy them a doctor in a burning forest. The military choppers swooped down low, skimming the tops of the trees. They did not want to blow up the truck. They wanted the king alive. Suddenly, the door gunners opened fire, aiming precisely for the SUV's engine block. Heavy armor-piercing rounds slammed into the hood, tearing the metal to shreds. The engine violently seized, thick white smoke pouring out. The massive vehicle swerved out of control, slamming into a thick line of trees and coming to a dead stop. Do you think the surviving cartel soldiers gave up when the truck crashed, or did they fight to the bitter end? Let me know your thoughts.
Let me know down in the comments. Come on, bro. Come on, bro. Damn. Stop comment farming. Let me know down in the comments. Yeah. His leg, he hit his kneecap when he was walking out. He getting out the truck, he hit his knee. Do you think his knee really hurt it, or it wasn't that bad? Let me know down in the comments. Damn, bro. Shout out to the Case Vault, first and foremost, for putting this video together. It is a greatly compiled piece of work. Shout out to him. We do not own this work. We are watching it under the Fair Use Act for education, entertainment, research, or satirical purposes only, or commentary as well, excuse me. But yeah, Case Vault, god dang, bro. I get engagement, but every little thing, let me know down in the comments. Let me know down in the comments.
From the hovering helicopters, red laser sights piercing the thick white smoke. They had him. The most wanted man on Earth was finally cornered. But the man stumbling out of the wrecked SUV with his hands up was not the king. He was wearing the boss's jacket, but it was just a decoy. Do you know how desperate a cartel boss has to be to sacrifice a top lieutenant in a fake escape vehicle? While the military chased the burning decoy truck down the mountain,
they was on foot, and he was with four other people, they said.
The real El Mencho was slipping away. During that massive fireball explosion at the compound, in the absolute total chaos, his inner circle dragged his bleeding body into a hidden escape tunnel buried beneath the cabin. He was not in the armored car. He was moving underneath the blazing earth. How do you move a dying man through a pitch-black dirt tunnel while his organs are completely shutting down?
Damn.
His guards practically carried him through the dark, narrow passage. He was leaving a literal trail of blood on the floor from the ripped medical tubes.
The air inside the tunnel was suffocating. Above them, military helicopters were raining hellfire on the decoy team. Below ground, the Phantom of Jalisco was fighting a silent, losing battle against his own failing body. He had billions of dollars buried across Mexico. But right now, all that money could not buy him a single clean breath.
They finally broke through the exit, emerging miles away from the blazing compound. They were deep in the freezing mountain brush, hidden from the thermal cameras. The final escape plan was to call in a private cartel helicopter for a desperate medical evacuation. A rescue team was flying in under the radar to pull the boss out of the war zone, but El Mencho was fading fast. Without the life-saving dialysis machine, his blood was turning highly toxic. His kidneys were entirely destroyed. He collapsed in the wet grass, coughing violently. His loyal guards formed a tight circle around him, aiming their assault rifles into the dark trees. They were absolutely terrified, not just of the military, but of what would happen to them if the supreme leader died on their watch. Would you risk a firing squad just to stand next to a dead boss in the middle of nowhere? Suddenly, the heavy roar of a fresh helicopter echoed through the deep valley. It was the cartel's private ghost chopper coming in for the rescue. It hovered violently over the treetops, throwing dirt everywhere. The guards dragged his limp, bleeding body towards the skids, physically throwing him into the back of the dark chopper. They were actually going to make it. They were going to pull off the greatest vanishing act in cartel history. Do you think a billionaire drug lord can outrun death itself when his own body—
Let me know down in the comments.
He is the executioner? Let me know your thoughts down in the— But someone inside the dark cabin suddenly pointed a loaded gun directly at the pilot's head. The barrel of the gun was freezing cold. The pilot froze as the dark chopper lifted off the burning mountain. It wasn't the military pointing the weapon. It was one of El Mencho's most trusted lieutenants. The inner circle was already turning on itself. Why save a dying king when you can just steal the crown? The boss was bleeding out on the metal floor of the helicopter, completely helpless. He built an empire of absolute terror, but in his final moments, he couldn't even defend himself from his own men. Do you think there is any real loyalty in the underworld, or is everyone just waiting to backstab the leader? The lieutenant coldly ordered the pilot to change course. They were not flying to the secret hospital. They were flying out to the middle of nowhere. El Mencho was gasping for his final breaths. His kidneys had completely failed. His body was violently poisoning itself from the inside out. He looked up at the heavily armed men he made rich, and he realized he taught them entirely too well. The Phantom was caught by the monster he created. The lieutenant didn't even need to pull the trigger. Nature was doing the violent work for him. The man who burned entire cities to the ground was choking on his own toxic blood.
But they said something else happened. Hold on, bro. They said something else happened. This dude put a hell of a story together, but they said this is not what happened, bro. This motherfucker was walking. It was 4 people. Hold on, bro.
Rubian Oseguera after the fall.
Where this shit at? No, hold on. Is this the one? No, that's not it. Is this it? No, I don't think this is it. Let's see. Anyway, they said he was walking out. He was surrounded by 4 people. They got it at, it was 2 shootouts. There was the main shootout at the house, and then there was another shootout in the woods further down, like half a mile down from the woods when he tried to escape, where all of his soldiers got killed, and there was only like 4 or 5 of his soldiers left with him, and then they ended up getting smoked. He got hit. He died in transport. The helicopter that took him wasn't his own. It was military, and they took him to another location because where they were going to take him to the hospital, he died in transit. Where they were going to take him to the hospital was in his cartel territory. He was already dying. He wasn't going to make it, so they went a whole nother direction. Yeah, they added shit. Right. That dude just added shit, bro. Greg McGee says someone was just on here defending El Mencho. Miss Reading Book says no, they never dumped his body in the ocean. Started to, but was told not to. Juan says the Manerino. Poquito de Todo says whoever is telling what happened is telling you shit. Yeah, that sound. Yeah, it was. You guys know. Well, everybody who is returning, you guys already know. All the OGs know. I don't watch this shit ahead of time, so I didn't know it was going to end up like that. But I will call it out. Like, come on, bro. It was put together well. It was a great storytelling, but that's not the story that I'm hearing from different news publications and all of that, bro. Like, I'll take that one, y'all. What O says, this is all sensational facts. Greg McGee says, I don't think many of us believe this, but I could be wrong. I know it's sus to me. Facts. Paquito says, go watch the Monero and make sure you get the story straight. How do they know all of this? Yellow D says, there's some truth to it. He should have stayed on dialysis, just faced the consequences. He'd still be alive. I can't believe you believe this. He said, I can't believe you believe this shit. No, brother. No, brother. I ain't necessarily believe it. Greg says the U.S. public was told he got dumped in the ocean. I don't know. Hell no. Hold on. Let me see. Mananero. Let's see if I can. Is that right? Mananero TV. If this isn't in English, I'm not going to be able to understand this.
Tranquilito, no haga ninguna movida.
El Mañanero presenta el Scouting Report.
La planta generadora.
Man, you knew I wasn't going to be able to understand this shit. You knew what you was doing, Poquito. You knew we wasn't going to be able to understand this shit. Southern Girl says, too bad you don't believe in your words enough to post without a mask. Shameful. No, it's not that I don't believe in my words or myself, and it's not shameful. It's a choice. I believe so much in my words and in myself that I don't need to show my face and parade around and try to be a superstar. I believe the work and the words themselves will carry me where I need to be. That's what the mask is for. Shameful of you to assume. Shameful.
Mexican drug trafficker.
But we can move on nonetheless, guys. We got one more topic that we're going to get into before we get out of here. I thank you guys for rocking out thus far. I appreciate every last one of you. I got to let y'all know, man, we broke the glass today. We got over 100 likes. Let's go. Let's go. Thank y'all. Thank y'all. Thank y'all. Thank y'all. Thank y'all, thank y'all, thank y'all. Going crazy on them likes, I appreciate y'all. We're going to keep the content rolling. We got one more before we get up out of here. $, the RUMORNATI Network on Cash App. $, the RUMORNATI Network on Cash App if you want to see the channel grow. Everybody who's new, welcome. If you're returning, welcome back. We appreciate y'all rocking out thus far. The most aggravating chat in the game, but the most appreciated chat in the world, man. Y'all so aggravating.
Aggravating as hell, man.
Y'all so aggravating, but I appreciate y'all. Most aggravating chat in the game, but the most appreciated chat in the world. One thing about it, I got to let y'all know, no content creator is nothing without the support of the people. Thank y'all for showing up and showing out always. You know, we took a little break. Things happen or whatever. I just appreciate y'all always rocking out. We showed up, showed out. You know what I mean? We're going to get into this last topic, though. We're going to get into this last topic, though. Take that last video, take that with a grain of salt. We don't know the ins and outs of that. I'm going to say it was a well put together piece, But as far as the accuracy, I can't vouch for it. That's not the stories I heard. It just made for a good piece. But what, interestingly enough, though, it does give kind of some insight as to how the underworld works and the treachery in the cartel or that underworld lifestyle. It is, you don't know who to trust. Those are true stories. And there will be a war. There will be fights for position. And I'm sure they have somebody who could move up right now and they're going to put him in position, but that's not going to be the person that's going to stay there. Somebody is going to feel that he's not worthy. I think I've already had a conversation with Phoenix. I think he was saying that the guy that they had is already questionable. Like, it's a lot, bro. It's a lot. Like, there's going to be a power struggle. It is what it is. All right. We're going to get into this last topic, y'all, before we get up out of here. Just in case y'all don't know, we do discuss a plethora of different topics. Sometimes they may be so far left from what you're used to. But sometimes you should expect the unexpected, right? Let's watch this AI video before we get up out of here, too. Before we get to this last topic, let's look at this AI video. Tell me what y'all think about this right here. They are DTIF, the Donald Trump Image Force. A generative AI tool was used in the making of this images depicted within this sketch. Yes, a human signed off on them. This is fire. I ain't gonna lie, this was funny. Hold on. See, now somebody's saying Trump's awful State of the Union speech was worse in history. Oh my God, bro. See, that's how we end up. Let me just move on. We still got let's move on, guys. All right, guys. Last one we got right here. Once again, the crowd may dwindle. I understand the crowd may dwindle. You know, some of these topics are so far away from each other. I understand it may not be of your interest. I want to tell you now, if you leave, I appreciate you for being here. I appreciate you for rocking out thus far. Hope we gave you a reason to come back and return and start a long life with the RUMORNATI network. Be part of the fam, you know what I'm talking about? But in the meantime, between time, I just got to let y'all know, man, no content creator is nothing without the support of the people, man. Thank y'all for rocking out. We're going to get this last topic out the way. We got Cameron and Ocho Cinco supposedly setting up a boxing match, right? Right. That ain't it. Okay, here we go. Do we want to see this? Do we want to see a boxing match between Cameron and Chad Ocho Cinco? I mean, why not, right? But
you need to respond.
Hold on, let me get to the chat real quick. I gotta show the chat some love. I ain't show the chat some love in a minute. Hold on, real quick. Let me check on the most aggravating chat in the game, but the most appreciated chat in the world. Hold on. Baked Biscuit says, all the damn clapping. It was the longest in history. Greg McGee says, they talking about the State of the Union. Yeah, that shit was very long. Trey says, I got Ocho. Baked Biscuit says, hilarious. Damn right. Oh, y'all like that last video? That shit was fire. Great. McGee with the laughing emojis. Mel says, $, the RUMORNATI network. Yeah, if you guys want to help the channel grow, you want to see the channel grow, send $1 to $, the RUMORNATI network. Mike from the video says, Bruno Mars. Greg McGee says, how far down the rabbit hole? Baked Biscuit says, can you dig it? Aunt Nunu says, I dig this. I subscribe, bro. First time watching. Shout out to you, Aunt. And he says, your vocab on 10K too, bro. LOL. Shout out to you, and I appreciate you, brother. The legend says, I'll never tell. Just know as the pilot, it's not accurate. Okay. All right. He was saying that shit ain't real. Baked Biscuit says, I'll catch a grenade for you. Captain Timo says, damn, you really got backdoor. Captain Tino, take that with a grain of salt, bro. That video, there has been nothing proven to say that anything in that video was accurate, bro. And I apologize for that. I reserve the right to be wrong. I didn't watch it totally through. I just watched it. It was entertaining. It was parallel. I didn't know it was a fucking lie at the end of the tunnel, my nigga. My bad. Greg McGee says, nah, Bruno. Lim says, y'all so aggravating. Miss Reading Book says, Ruggs will never stop coming. No way to eliminate it. She said drugs. Redwood J Taylor says, is that Bruno Mars? Southern Girl says, too bad you don't believe in your words enough to post without a mask. Shameful. Oh, yeah, we read that already. All right, so we all caught up on the chat, y'all. We all caught up on the chat. Let's go. Yellow D says, neither one of them has hands. Miss Reading Book says, Cameron. Yellow says, Kill ain't gonna do it. Deneen says, no, and for what? Baked Biscuit says, I want to see Ocho and Debo. That's funny. Just... Is there a real reason? No, I don't know. They're supposed to have some beef. I ain't watched it. We about to find out. But just for something to happen on a Friday or Saturday night, why not? Shit, go ahead, fight. Y'all got all this contention. Y'all brag about athletes and everybody has so much testosterone and so much aggression and always speaking on what they'll do to a person. Yeah, I don't mind seeing it. Go ahead. Fade.
So the floor is yours.
Oh, absolutely. Listen. Cam has some stuff to say, and
mind you, this is 2 years ago. This video we're watching now is from is it 11 months? Oh, it's 11 months ago. Okay, this happened. I don't know the origin of this, but 11 months ago, Chad Johnson responds to Cameron, "If you don't like me, I'm easy to find."
I had to think about it, and I had to listen to it, and think about some stuff that was brought up from 2 years ago, where I said, "Cam, you my man's, and I'm coming for your spot." Now, I'm not sure how that's taken as hate when all you have to do is understand that I'm saying I'm coming for your spot because I see you as the standard that is setting the bar in that specific space. Mm-hmm. So you took that as an insult, which is weird to me. I'm not sure how you can do that. But if you check the numbers, what I said I was gonna do, I've already done and surpassed that in this specific space. Now he asked me to come join them, to do something with them. And I told him, okay, you got to check with my people. You got to reach out to my people who, when it was time for me to work with you, what did I ask you to do? Reach out to who?
I talked to Doug.
You talked to Doug. So boom, we didn't, like that. Right. That's the way I handle business. I don't run nothing through me. So I guess that was seen as a sign of disrespect because I chose to come over here with you. Boom. Okay. Now we brought up the issue with he talking about money and bags and how much you pay guest feature, how much we pay our guest features. Buddy, I ain't no guest feature. Well, I'm the main attraction. What is you talking about? I always been the main attraction. There's a difference. In your lane, you do what you do. I'm in completely different lanes and completely different rooms from you, despite me always playing around and joking. It's different. For one, you wouldn't have been able to afford me to begin with. Let's start there. And I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I think because I do everything in entertaining, fun, laughing way, you kind of forget and don't really understand what's being done over here and how special what we have is. And that's no disrespect to them because I like they show. I love It Is What It Is because it's different than what we do. Mm-hmm. Their views, they got some high ones, but it's mainly about going at people and jigging at people, Over here, it's about having fun, entertaining, and the stories.
Yeah.
Completely different. Two different shows. I love them though. Yeah. Then, Cam, he's a Harlem dude. I've been to Harlem. My face is clean in Harlem. Most of the time, those that I know from Harlem, they don't act like that. What city I travel to, now you're getting personal with the words and the talking. I post my location where I'm at every day. What you tell me to stop doing? Stop catching rides from the airport, right?
Yep.
Everybody know where I am every single day, no matter what city I travel to. I'm outside all the time. If it was really an issue, or you really didn't like me, and it was a problem, I'm easy to find, especially in Miami. If I'm not mistaken, you be here. Y'all film here if I'm not mistaken. I show everybody respect, I show everybody love. What's one problem that you've always gotten on me about doing a show like this? I don't do enough what? When it comes to talk about players.
Yeah, you don't critique enough.
I don't critique enough because I'm always showing love. I'm always showing respect no matter what. I never get out of line with nobody.
Right.
But the words that were displayed as if it's a personal issue. Now, if it's a personal issue, which I've never had with anybody because I always show everybody love and respect, I'm easy to find because I'm outside. Always.
These dudes too old to be talking about being outside. But yeah, I mean, this is content. This is what's going on. Baked Biscuit says, I miss watching Ray Lewis rock his shit. Johnny Guapo says, never mind, Baked Biscuit miss Ocho is always being disrespectful. Stephen Edwards says, F no, I wouldn't watch that shit. Man, you wouldn't watch the fight, bro? Mel says, come join us tonight in the Discord. We'll be streaming live at 7:30 on the RUMORNATI network on Discord. What's tonight? Movie night. Oh, shit. Movie night tonight. Greg McGee says, huh? Shannon Sharp challenged 50 Cent? My son works.
Having surgical enhancements to feel better about themselves and their manhood.
I'm going to let Cam answer that first.
Freaky ass niggas need to keep their ass inside, man. You know what I'm saying? This is shit they need to do, man. Fuck is you telling another grown man about you getting your tool piece a little bigger, man? I don't really fuck with Chad Ocho, to be totally honest with you. He all right, but at the end of the day, when we started the show, the nigga was hating from the very beginning. We started the show, we was doing very well, it was very successful. We didn't have no deal, no sponsors or nothing. We was doing this off the muscle. He comes out of nowhere talking about, yeah, I'm gonna get myself back together and I'm taking Cam's spot. Why the fuck you gotta take my spot, nigga? Fuck is you talking about? You been a football player your whole life, nigga. Now because I'm doing sports, you come take my spot. And at that particular time, we had only been doing the show about 2.5 months, 3 months. But that's how much of an impact that I had that bitch ass nigga felt threatened, you know what I'm saying? Then after that, we tried to call him, shout out to my nigga Bub. My nigga Bub knows some niggas he know. I tried to give him a job. He like, yo, talk to my agent. I said, I'm talking to you now. What the I don't do business like that. I talk to my agent. See, you so dumb, you can't even speak for yourself, stupid motherfucker. I tried to offer you more paper than you probably get now. Ask Mark Jackson how he got paid. Ask Mike Irvin how much he got paid. Ask them niggas if they was living lovely off the checks me and Murder would send them niggas. Ask them. I bet you ain't getting paid the money that Mark Jackson and Mike Irvin got paid working with us. I don't know this for a fact, but ask Mike Irvin and ask Mark Jackson if they get paid lovely. And if I threaten niggas like you, this is why you going to do the shit you doing. Fucking telling Stephen A about getting your piece bigger? Yo, I don't like you, nigga. I don't like you. I don't like your kind. Your whole style is bitch made, nigga, and I don't fuck with you. Try to give you a job, and then you go and suck the nigga Shannon off. Ooh, Shannon, why you go suck him off? For what? Pause. I came to you first. Oh, my agent handles anything. You dumb motherfucker. Your agent probably robbing you. Probably not as much well off as you think, as niggas think you are. And if you still need a job, I ain't hiring no more. You better hope the nigga Shannon keep you with him, nigga. I don't like you hating on me for no motherfucking reason from the jump. Fuck you.
Wow. What a statement. Any further thoughts?
Oh man. I knew Kim had something to say, but I didn't know he had that much to say.
I didn't even know what I seen it on the topic, but I didn't know what he was talking about. You said the interview. I didn't know.
Tell me what's going on again, because I didn't really understand.
Killer ain't having it. Run the likes up, y'all. Run the likes up, please. Run the likes up. Killer wasn't having it. I ain't gonna lie. I didn't know it was that serious between them guys either. Excuse me. Sorry, fam. I didn't know it was that serious between those guys either, though. Run the likes up, y'all. Run the likes up. 5 more, get us to 185. 5 more, get us to 185. Let's go.
I mean, he got a surgical enhancement.
4 more, get us to 185. Let's go. First of all, why the fuck are you having a discussion about your Johnson with somebody else with a Johnson? What is this, Johnson & Johnson? What the fuck is going? Nigga, don't talk to me about your Johnson, nigga. Yeah, I went and got in hand. Boy, you don't get your bitch ass out of here. I ain't gonna lie. I feel Cameron on that one. Pause if necessary. I feel Cameron on that one, though, bro. Ain't no nigga, what are you talking to me for about your Johnson? What the fuck was Chad Ocho Cinco doing? And the funny shit, his name is Chad Johnson. Why are you talking to another nigga with a Johnson about your Johnson? Talking about you got male enhancements. What the fuck? So that alone already made it weird. I didn't even know that part. It's already weird. Like, why the fuck was this nigga? Why was this nigga doing that? Finney say, boy, hell no. Young Saw say, tuned in late. What the fuck going on? XS says, I didn't know they were beefing. Baked Biscuit says, Diddy oil. Right. Afghan Kush, Greg McGee says, Trey Original with the laughing emojis. Prometheus 1233 says, no disrespect, sir. What is that shit on your face? Skin. What is that shit on your face? I'm glad you're observant. Baked Biscuit says, bro, I'm just dead over here. Nah, you alive, brother? Greg McGee says, mask hater alert. I would think that you were, I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt and assume that you're very intelligent so that you would know that what's on my face is a mask. Right? But if you want to know the reason I have the mask, you could just ask that, my nigga. I wear, or my person, or whatever. But the reason I wear the mask is because I rather let the work speak for itself. You know, there's a thing, people want to see an image, right? They don't want to just hear commentary. They want to see an image. So I give you something to look at without exposing myself and my face, because it's not me that I'm selling. It's the work that, you know, and I don't even want to say selling. Let's just say promoting or whatever this, you know, it's not me. It's the work itself. It's the opinion, the community, the everything in the whole. That's all, bro. It ain't, yeah, I don't, and plus I don't want to have to debate nobody. You know what I'm talking about? You know what I mean when I say debate somebody? Like, I don't want nobody to approach me in Walmart and I don't know the intentions of their approach. And I just end up doing, oh shit, my bad. I didn't know you was a supporter. My fault. I didn't know you was a supporter. I didn't know what that approach was. I didn't know you came up to me loud, aggressive, hands moving, waving and shit. I didn't know what was going on, sir. Officer, yeah, I didn't. Yes, sir. Officer, I felt I was in fear of my life at the time. I didn't know that it was a supporter. I didn't. Yes, sir. So that's why I wear a mask. But shout out to you, for real, for real. DMR said, keeps them guessing. Facts. Run the likes up, y'all. 3 more likes to get us to 190. 3 more. Let's go. Greg says, people crazy for no reason these days. DMR says, I know who you are. DMR, I know who you are too. Which is even weirder, right? Because I'm online for everybody to see, for you to have a reason to figure out. But you're sitting at home. You're sitting in the privacy of your own dwelling, not presenting yourself to the world. And I know who you, I'm just joking. I don't know who you are, bro. Shout out to you. Even if you do know who I am, shout out to you. I get phone calls when a motherfucker be like, I saw you on live, and that's you, I can tell by the voice. And how I answer, man, that ain't me. No, I ain't me. Now, shout out to y'all, man. Shout out to y'all, man. Hold on. But okay, that's where we are so far, right? Chad and Ocho had a back and forth 11 months ago. Now, as of today, not today, this day, but yesterday, this is the new update, right?
Shoot it in the world. But it don't really take a lot for me, Sat. So that's why when you when is somebody going too far? Somebody stepped on my sneakers. You went too far. I'm just looking for things not to talk to people. And of course, I'm exaggerating.
2 more likes to get us to 190, y'all. 2 more likes to get us to 190. Run it up, please.
But it don't take a lot.
Yeah.
For me.
Okay, so I have a specific question because it's not similar, but it kind of is and it kind of isn't. So, like, obviously, for those who don't know, you made a post the other day.
1 more like, y'all. 1 more like. Run it up. 1 more like to get us to 190. 6 more get us to 195. 1 more like for 190. 6 more for 195. Run it up, y'all. Let's go.
Might have been yesterday. You said, you just be trying to go home and go to work. Like, for those who don't know, there was a show who brought, your Cam's name was brought up for a potential, I can't even say potential, just hypothetical podcaster, rapper, boxing match. So when do you decide?
190, let's go. 5 more get us to 195, y'all. 5 more get us to 195. Let's go.
There was a show who brought, your Cam's name was brought up for a potential, I can't even say potential, just hypothetical podcaster, rapper, boxing match. So when do you decide, do I say something or you don't?
Like, so for more context, I don't even know if it makes sense.
Yeah, who had some boxing match?
192. Let's go, y'all. I appreciate you, Prometheus. Let's go, y'all. Run the likes up, please. Run the likes up, please. Let's get to that big 200. Let's get to that big 200. Let's go. We 9 likes away. Okay, somebody took a like. Oh, they gave them back. We 7 likes away from 200, y'all. Let's go.
So basically, on Instagram, shout out to the show. I don't have no problem with the guys. Shout out to Shannon Sharp and Ocho Cinco. And shout
Say something here.
Hold on, y'all. We 7 likes away. Hold on. We are 7 likes away. Let's go. Hold on. Let's hear Cameron go off on this dude one last time, please.
how he got paid. I'm talking to you now. What the know some niggas he know a threaten, 2.5 months now because I'm doing sports. We got the show. We was doing very well. It's very successful. Freaky ass niggas need to keep their ass.
They'd be judged for having surgical enhancements to feel better.
7 more likes, guys. 7 more likes. Run it up, please. Mel says, $sign the Ruminati Network. Send $1 to $sign the Ruminati Network. We need 7 more likes, y'all. Hit that like button, please. If you've been rocking out this whole time, you know you haven't hit that like button yet. If you've been affected by the content in any kind of way, if you've been pissed off because I talk too much, you think my mask is stupid, or you want me to shut the hell up, or you've been enjoying yourself rocking out with the content, the chat been pissing you off, or the chat been keeping you hype and keeping you lit, hit the like button. Any emotion you have, take it out on the like button, please. Any emotion you have, take it out on that like button. We are 6 likes away from 200. And send $1 to $sign the RUMORNATI Network on Cash App. $sign the RUMORNATI Network on Cash App. 3 more likes to get us to 200, y'all. Let's go.
About themselves and their manhood.
I'm gonna let Cam answer that first.
Freaky ass niggas need to keep their ass inside, man. You know what I'm saying? This is what they need to do, man. Fuck is you telling another grown man about you getting your tool piece a little bigger, man? I don't really fuck with Chad or Chosinko, to be totally honest with you. He all right, but at the end of the day, when we started this show, the nigga was hating from the very beginning. We started the show. We was doing very well. It was very successful. We didn't have no deal, no sponsors or nothing. We was doing this off the muscle. He comes out of nowhere talking about, yeah, I'm gonna get myself back together and I'm taking Cam's spot. Why the fuck you gotta take my spot, nigga? Fuck is you talking about? You been a football player, yo?
Thank y'all. We done broke, you talking about breaking the glass. We done broke the glass twice. Every time we get 100 likes, we done broke the glass. We done went up. Thank y'all. Time to celebrate real quick. Let's go. Gunshot, breaking glass. Let's go. Air horn, all kind of shit. Tornado alarms. Y'all the livest chat in the game, man. Thank y'all. Most aggravating chat in the game, most appreciated chat in the world. Thank y'all, man. Thank y'all, the most aggravating chat in the game, but the most appreciated chat in the world, livest chat on the internet. Rocking out, man. We got 201 motherfucking likes. This is our second day back. This is our second day back after a 7-day hiatus. Second day back. 200 motherfucking likes. Shout out to y'all. Thank y'all. Shout out to the community, man. Shout out to everybody that's networking. Let's go. Let's go. Mel says, shout out to the small community we have over here on the Ruminati Live. Shout out to the Ruminati Live over there. Shout out to the Ruminati Network channel. Yo, what y'all got to do, I need you guys. Please, please, please go to the pinned comment at the top. That is the backup channel. Please subscribe to the backup channel. I promise you we're going to be doing work over there. Every channel will have its exclusive stuff. We're going to be doing work over there. Lives, the same kind of lives lit, but we might go live at night over there. You know what I'm saying? What we do in the morning here, we might do at night over there. I need you guys, please go to the pinned comment. Follow that channel. If you can't find it, if the link don't work for you, type in RUMORNATI Live in the search bar in YouTube. RUMORNATI Live in the search bar and follow the channel. We're going to keep the content rolling, y'all. I appreciate y'all. Let's motherfucking go. 200 likes, nigga. 200 motherfucking likes. 200 motherfucking likes, man. Y'all be showing out, bro. Thank y'all.
whole life, nigga. Now because I'm doing sports, you come and take my spot. And at that particular time, we had only been doing the show about 2.5 months, 3 months. But that's how much of an impact that I had that bitch ass nigga felt threatened. You know what I'm saying? Then after that, we tried to call him. Shout out to my nigga Bub. My nigga Bub knows some niggas he know. I tried to give him a job. He like, yo, talk to my agent. I said, I'm talking to you now. What the I don't do business like that. I talk to my agent. See, you so dumb, you can't even speak for yourself, stupid motherfucker. I tried to offer you more paper than you probably get now. Ask Mark Jackson how he got paid. Ask Mike Irvin how much he got paid. Ask them niggas if they was living lovely off the checks me and murder would send them niggas.
Ask them. I ain't hard to find.
Yeah, you don't critique enough.
I don't critique enough because the words that were displayed as if it's a personal respect, I'm easy to find because it's an issue, which I've never had with anybody because I always show everybody love and respect. I'm easy to find because I'm outside, always. In Harlem too. That's your stomping grounds, right? I be at Ricardo's all the time. Matter of fact, I'm gonna be in New York Monday and I'm gonna be at Ricardo's at 5 o'clock. To be exact. But it's always love. No, never disrespect.
Like you don't.
Like, so for more context, I don't even know if it makes sense.
Yeah,
that was 11 months ago. This is where they at now. All right. Cameron responds to Chad Ochocinco's boxing call out. I guess Ocho must have called him out recently. I couldn't find it. Let me see. Hold on real quick. Nah, I never. Yeah, I couldn't. That's old. Ochocinco says on Blood he would. That's beat up Blueface. Hold on. I forgot he boxed.
From a nightclub and your girl was watching, she'd be disgusted. From a nightclub and your girl was watching, she'd be disgusted.
Damn.
If you was a from a nightclub and your girl was watching, she'd be disgusted.
Ocho, bruh. Ochocinco got hit so hard he tried to dap him up. Watch, he got hit so hard he tried to be like, and he was like, bah! Oh shit! Oh, you got it, my nigga. Good game. Good game. He tried to dap the nigga up. Watch. Good game, bro. Good game. You got it. Give me some dap. I'm leaving. Bruh, god damn. Who was he fighting? Hold on. But I'm still trying to find when Ocho called out Cameron for a boxing match. I don't see it. I know that wasn't that 11 months ago shit he talking about. Bow, bitch. Cameron ain't gonna do that though. Cameron ain't doing that, bro. Cameron ain't finna do Ocho like that, bro. Y'all think Cameron finna do Ocho like that? Come on, bro. Cameron ain't finna do Ocho like that.
Medical podcaster, rapper, boxing match. So like, when do you decide? Like, do I say something or like you don't?
Like, so for more context, I don't even know if it makes sense.
Yeah, who asked him on boxing match?
So basically, on Instagram, shout out to the show. I don't have no problem with the guy. Shout out to Shannon Sharp and Ochocinco. And I guess Ochocinco seen the fights over the weekend. He's like, I want to get in there and box. I want to fight somebody from another podcast. And Shannon Sharp was the first. He's like, yo, you on your own with that. He's like, nah, I'm hyped. I want to fight. Like, we got the podcast Boxing Olympics. So Shannon Sharp said, who you want to fight? Somebody from It Is What It Is. And he was like, man, it don't matter who it is. It don't matter. And then Shannon Sharp was like, Cam. And he's like, I don't know, Cam don't box. This is what Chad Ocho said. Then they went on to Cam Newton. But what happened is, what Stats talking about is, I posted the clip, and in my caption, I said, I just try to go to work and go home. But I showed Chad getting knocked out in the boxing ring. Because he said he wanted the boxing shit, but then we seen the nigga got hit clean with a right hand and went down. He almost did like, shout out to my man Zab Judah, but remember Zab got up and talked to the ref and shit? He got knocked out and did some weird shit saying, no, I didn't get knocked out. So shout out to Chad and, appreciate the love, but I had to post that when he was saying he wanted to fight other boxers on podcasts.
That's interesting, because even that's something, right? Like, so how you ask the question has a lot to do with the answer you get, right? So even something like that, just the way you ask the question makes it go in that direction. So if you're not on that time, you don't have to answer the question like that. I'm really trying to study what's his name, Dick Vitale. Like, he always said good stuff about people, and people loved him, and he was still entertaining. I think when it comes to black media, that people think the only way to make real rounds is to say negative about people or to put people in a negative light. And I think we really got to grow in that area. Not to become so super positive, but become innovative, right? But
I agree. That's why we do a lot of respectful conversations around here. That's why we do a lot of let's try to get to the truth, even though hence the name RUMORNATI, right? Let's get to the truth though. I agree with Mace. Long story short, I agree with him 1,000% on that. It doesn't have to always be negative. It doesn't have to always be coming from a place of hate or trying to tear somebody down. That's why we give a lot of props and give credit over here. Even when we're being critical of something that we don't like, we still try to find some way to be like, but this person does this well, or salute to this person for doing this and this. And you know what I mean? Like, it's still, even in the midst of the criticism, it's not tearing you down. It's just criticism. It's just an opinion, which it don't hold no weight. If it, at the end of the day, these people don't have to allow these opinions to even affect them. So these aren't personal attacks. These aren't, like I said, they aren't tear down sessions, tear apart sessions. It's just observations and opinions and criticisms. Take it for just that. Take it with a grain of salt. Do your own due diligence. Make your own decisions based off your own discretion, off of the information that you find. And I agree with him though. Don't be a hate monger, bro. Don't be a hate monger. We do a lot of stuff over here. We have a lot of fun and do a lot of laughing. Yeah, we make jokes and shit, but we don't do a lot of hating. It ain't no whole bunch of hating going on over here. It ain't no bunch of tearing down. It may be some observing and some criticism and still something positive at the end of that. Ain't no hating. I agree with Mace 100%.
figure out something that other.
I was just about to start telling jokes, but then that'll just go against everything I said. But shout out to that nigga Mace, man. X said, I see you, bro. Thank you for going to the other channel. I need everybody to hit that link at the top and get over there to that other channel, bro. He says, fuck no, Cameron not throwing hands like that. I see y'all over there. Thank y'all. Everybody get over there to RUMORNATI Live. Big homie said, shout out to my weed man for putting an extra gram or two in the bag for me. Love your twin. Greg McGee said, big ups to the plug. And he said, Mace wrote all that music for the majority of bad boy artists after Big died. Facts. Greg McGee says, he's the golden era of bad boy. Yeah, he was. Mace was that nigga. Yellow D says, they ain't gonna fight. I guarantee you. No, it ain't going nowhere. Phoenix says, Mace talked through his nose. Man, come on, Phoenix. Don't be saying I talked through my nose, homie.
That people haven't figured out. That's what I'm really working on. Because I don't want to just take the same theme that everybody else takes. Like,
Greg McGee says he got great stats. Hope they let him in the Hall of Fame one day. Talk about Ocho. Yellow D says, now you see why I said no hands. Trey Original said, Greg with the laughing emojis. Big homie says, Ocho from Florida. I gotta ride with him. Greg say just 5. Trey Original with the laughing emojis. Phoenix says, bro, it was over the weekend. Greg says, looked like he was fighting the mat. He knocked the Ocho right out of Cinco. Boy, that nigga baked biscuit stupid. That nigga said he knocked the Ocho out of Cinco. Valerie Brunson said, hi. What's up, Valerie? Can't stop me. Say, oh, damn. Huh? Knocked his ass right out. Night, Ocho. Greg McGee says, Phoenix says that was on a show like Saturday or Sunday after the boxing match. Oh, okay. Oh, he's telling me when it happened, when they, the reason Cameron had this response. Who gives a fuck says, that's the ran out of PP guy. That nigga, that's stupid.
be goofy, be stupid, or say something that everybody know you're trolling and everybody know it's not true just to get clicks. I remember Killer told me that one time. He said people know if you're telling the truth or not. People know this, and I think that's the part that people have to develop, a new sound. Just like in music, you need a new sound.
I'm glad. I pride myself on being upfront when I don't know something, being humble and honest enough to admit when I'm wrong. Even like right here, it was something. What was it today? We looked up something I was wrong about. We looked it up, and I told y'all right there I was wrong, totally wrong. Not that video. It was some other shit. Somebody in the chat corrected me. That's happened plenty times. I don't mind. I love correction. Since a young man, I've always been a person who loves correction. I don't feel no kind of way if I'm doing something wrong and you stop me in my tracks and be like, hey, no, that ain't it. Or if I say something and I'm like, yeah, this is it. No, that ain't what happened. That ain't how that happened. That ain't this, that ain't that. I don't mind that at all. If I'm wrong, especially if I'm standing on it and it looks like I'm standing on it and I could have a potential to look foolish or idiotic in the future or somewhere else, like if I'm saying, I could be saying the word wrong. I could be wrong about the definition of something. Whatever. If I'm wrong and you correct me, I'm not mad at that. Thank you. So I appreciate y'all. What was that we looked up in the chat? I don't think it was clear, but no, it was the gas prices when the Trump segment was on. It was the gas prices. And I wasn't wrong. If you go back and check it, because I may have been wrong about the price. I may have not been, it was a ballpark figure, but I said $3 something, $3.20, $3.50. Gas average was like what, $2.90 or something, where he said it was down to $1.99, and they found out it was only in a certain region. It was only in certain spots. First, it was 8 locations, then it was 52 locations, but they were all in a certain spot in Texas. Not saying there aren't more, but so far that's what we found. And the national average, like as it said, the national gas average was still like, what was it? High twos, like 290s or something like that. So it ain't that but regardless, it's still a testament to me possibly being wrong and being humble enough and willing to go check it out right here on live. And if I'm wrong, I will say that. Y'all know that. I swear to God, bro. This shit, I agree with what May said 100%. It's a lot of tearing down. I look at a lot of stuff, bro, and we have a lot of fun. We could be on what some people might consider the low vibration or a low hanging fruit side of content sometimes, but we never approach with that type of mind or that type of mentality just because that's what the content is. We don't come at it like that. We don't approach it. We don't analyze it that way. We don't sit there and dwell on, we don't stay in the small brain part of hell no. We don't do that at all. So I agree with Mace. Just find a new sound. Everybody out here trying to cuss at each other, yell at each other, tear each other down, expose.
Well, it'd be dope.
Yeah.
If you do something with only positive shit, it's all positive. I'm not talking about this show or anything. I'm talking about a page, a social media, a show. Because if you think about anything, and I talked about this years ago, I don't know if it was this show or what I was just talking to somebody, this is not really nothing new. And I'm not talking about people, I'm talking about delivering bad news first.
Yeah.
So if you watch the news, they start off with a fire happened, or 2 people got shot.
Yeah.
Or downtown there was a stabbing on the train. They don't, then towards the end of the show, like, a donation was given for so-and-so. They start off with, you know what I'm saying? At the end of the show.
3 helicopters crashed into each other.
Yeah, then at the end of yeah, exactly. And then at the end of the show, they may give 5 minutes of, well, did you know what happened downtown today? A teacher gave to a homeless this, that. They don't never start with anything good. You think about, let's say for instance, right?
Damn it, hold on. Do we do that? Sometimes we Yellow D, what's up? I see you over there on RUMORNATI Live. Thank you, bro. I appreciate you. I damn sure appreciate you. Says the internet feeds off negativity. That's what runs it. Appreciate you, Yellow D, man. Thank y'all rocking out. Thank y'all rocking out, going and getting on that other channel, bro. I need y'all to subscribe. We got to get them subs up over there and get that watch time up over there so we can get that monetized. Shout out to y'all. Big homie says 290 in Florida, at least where I'm at. Yeah, that's about it. That's about the national average. Greg McGee says 236 in North Carolina. Wow. Y'all niggas, no funny. I ain't saying this no disrespectful shit, and I don't mean it no kind of way. Cause nigga, I do got one of my cars take regular. That's regular unleaded though, right? Y'all just looking at regular unleaded gas prices. And nigga, Ain't no gas, $2.36, boy, that gotta be regular. Nigga, that's kerosene. I'm just bullshitting. Nah, that's lamp oil. Boy, they selling you lamp oil. $2.36. That's lamp oil. Damn, we getting shitted. Shout out to y'all, man. We finna get up out of here, y'all. We finna get up out of here. We gonna go ahead and call it a day. Where we at? 3:51? Damn, we almost 4 hours in, y'all. We about to go ahead and call it one. It's been a good one. Hold on. Before we get up out of here, though, y'all already know we gotta hear a little something from the OG. XA said, yeah, that's regular. It had to be, bro. I know it had to be regular unleaded, bro, because and does everywhere William Gordon, who's the idiot? William Gordon says, hey, masked idiot, presidents don't decide gas prices. If you were listening, William Gordon, good sir, you would understand that I didn't say that the president made gas prices. I stated what he stated, William Gordon. If listening is an issue for some people, they have classes that could assist you. You know what I'm going to do for you, William Gordon? I'm going to relinquish you of your task. You don't have to do your job in the chat anymore. You've done it. You showed activity. I appreciate you for it. Now, have a good one, sir. I wish you the best. Young Saul says, shout out to the chat. Shout out that boy Young Saul on the track. I just gave him a little 10-second timeout. He can come right back. He can come back right now if he want to. Stephen Edwards says, man, I paid $3.29 a day for gas before work. David says 90% is just what they want to hear. Dirty Money says $2 here cheaper if you're a member of Sam's. XA says bye Felicia. No, he's still here. I blocked him for like 10 seconds. He can come back in and talk. It's just, why would you say that comment about that? I think he was trying to say a racist comment. So yeah, that's all that was. But he's cool though. Shout out to him. Young Saul says shout out to the chat. Phoenix says Trump said Iowa had $1.97. Okay, he said Iowa. Okay, I might be wrong. Greg McGee says Dick Gregory the GOAT. Dirty Money said, okay, we caught up.
And different movies. Do you have an opinion about the?
Brent Polite says Trump is the Antichrist. Beware. Wow, I don't know if. Where you at, William Gordon? You still here, bro? You want to come up in the Discord?
Academy Awards.
Well, Oscar. One day when you got some time, look up one of the.
Just don't be racist, bro. You can't be doing none of that. I think that was a racist comment you was trying to make. You can't be doing that, bro. We keep it respectful around here, bro.
Brilliant black minds that ever lived. The two black brothers invented movies, not white folks. Oscar Micheaux. The one night, it's the biggest television audience in the world. It's the Oscars. Where do you think that name came from? That brother, Oscar Micheaux. My son called me one day and said, Dad, I'm in Salt Lake City and live there with the South Dakota. Says the street's named after this brother. Yeah, black folks, runaway slaves, invented ice hockey. Then a white boy named Richard Stanley came and looked at him and became the Stanley Cup.
So there's black invention there. Now, speaking of black invention, since we last talked, a few movies have come out. I guess 12 Years a Slave. They got 12 in the can. They ain't no slave. Oh.
Bullshit, yeah.
Did you see it? Yeah.
Oh, I have to see everything.
Okay.
That's my job.
Okay.
You know what bullshit? But I knew when they were putting the money up, it'd be 12 of them in the can, and they in the can.
Why do you think it was so successful?
Huh?
Why do you think it was so successful?
Why is prostitution so successful? Why is the Catholic Church so successful? Why was Hitler so successful? Why was slavery so successful? That ain't how you judge success. Well, you judge success. What's his name? Steve Jobs? When Steve Jobs died, in his checkbook, he had $4 billion in his personal account. That checkbook you got? Just imagine $4 billion in there.
I wouldn't be able to write on the whole check. I'd have to get a second.
Yeah, but the thing is this. He couldn't make 58 years old. He died at 57. I got an old trifling uncle in St. Louis. He can't read or write, drink cheap wine, cuss everybody out. And he 103. Steve Jobs should have followed him around. That don't mean nothing. That mean nothing at all if this ain't right.
Yeah, well, I mean, you've certainly endured your interactions with the government. You know, a lot of people got taken out. How does it feel to be the survivor? You know, the one with all the tales. You know, why do you think you were chosen to tell these tales?
Well, let me tell you how it works. I have 10 children. That means the real God gave me the power to produce another God. 10 times. He didn't ask me, what school did you go to? Can you read? Can you write? You got any money? The universal God, all of us. And one day I got to thinking, I never owned a car. I didn't check out the year, the make, the model, the down payment, the monthly notes, put the license plate. So when I look in the mirror at me and realize I put more plan in owning a giant car than creating God's new life, I'm the fucking problem. And you and nobody else gonna tell me when I look in the mirror, I see a piece of shit. Huh? All right? Most of you black folks look in the mirror and you see this, you say, I don't. I see, okay? I see this. My first daughter, I didn't want to get married. I went to the Negro drugstore and said, man, this. He said, well, let me fix something. I fix it. I take it to her. He said, this will knock out an elephant. So I didn't see her no more. Wasn't nothing but love. I just give me some pussy, man. I come back, I see her 3 months later. She big. I said, what you didn't take her? I didn't say I was going to take it. What do you mean? Michelle Gregory. Got 2 PhDs from the London School of Economics in sex harassment. There's nobody on the planet that has that. So right now, she came in to testify for you. Nobody else can testify because she's the authority. So we over there, me and Lil, and she's just so happy. And how you feel? I said, what do you mean? And she said, so happy. Me, if you took that shit I told you to take, she wouldn't be there. She said, I know you don't feel that way now, don't I? Try it again. You know, that's you, not me. Huh?
No, I mean, you know,
Man. Did Gregory, bro. Just tell it like it is. I miss that old school, straight to the point, just don't cut no corners. A man with so many great accomplishments that so many people uphold and put on a pedestal, probably been inspired by, live their life according to some of his ideologies or diet plans or some stuff like that, right? He look in the mirror and see a piece of shit. Not saying he not happy with himself, but he said, yeah, I'm a piece of shit, because he know where he came from. He know, nigga, I wanted to abort that daughter. I wanted to get rid of that daughter. That's the one authority in the world that could speak on your behalf in this kind of case. The only one in the world. I wanted to get rid of that. It's 2 testaments in there. I know who and what I really am, where I come from, or what I once was, or what's still in me. And God, or whatever you may or may not believe in, the universal God, the supreme being, the sun, whatever it is, in his case, the universal God, used him as a vessel in the midst of all of his bullshit. That show you how real God is. Sick, wicked. Let's see where you going with this. In what? What's the next letter? What's next? Sick, wicked. What's next? Don't wait on it. Go ahead and get there so we can go ahead and handle it. Phoenix 44 says, the GOAT, Mel says Trump is not the Antichrist. Jesus haven't come back yet for the Antichrist to be on the scene. Phoenix says he be on it. Greg McGee says research Dick Gregory on Malaysia Airline 370. Stephen Edwards says, my man said, huh? Every 5 seconds. Long live Dick Gregory. Young Saul says, Jules, he dropping, man. Spokesman says, what's with the mask? Greg McGee says, we all bleed the same color unless you're a lizard. Facts. Don't you understand, man? Universal law. What you push out comes back to you, star. Never underestimate those who you scar, cause karma comes back to you hard. You can't hold God people back that long. The chain of Shaitan wasn't made that strong. Trying to pretend like your word is your bond, but until you do right, all you do is go wrong. Universe, y'all don't know what that is. Stanky Butt Cheek says Epstein's lawyers was Obama's lawyers too. Look it up. Abdel MK says he's a black panther. Shout out to you, bro, I guess. You know what I mean? I ain't got no problem with nobody. As long as everybody keep it respectful. It ain't about color. It's about character. You know what I'm talking about? For me, even though I am what I am and who I am and I love what I love, I'm just saying, when it comes down to sharing space, having conversations and shit like that, even doing business. Well, not business. Business come down to business. But you know what I mean? Greg McGee says karma is a powerful thing. We're going to go ahead and get up out of here, though, y'all. I appreciate y'all. If y'all want to kick it on in the Discord and chop it up where we have some of the, I wouldn't call it an after party, but when we kick it at after we do the streams, we go to Discord and we kick it for a little bit. You know what I mean? We might be up in there, so join the Discord and chop it up. Other than that, y'all, we're going to get up out of here, bro.
I've experienced that before, but I mean, I just in terms of...
we about to get up out of here.
Just seeing all your brethren taken down by this system, you know, and you survive. I mean, you know, so, and then after seeing the Black Panther documentary, how many people were taken out by the government COINTELPRO?
But they were number tricks.
Okay.
Huey Newton was a government drug pusher. Huh?
Mm-hmm.
Huh? And what was the other one? Eldridge Cleaver? Mm-hmm. Huh? So when they got through with it, they killed him in a drug deal. And Huey Newton, the Eldridge, they say he was peeping in a white woman's window, peeping Tom, and slipped off the ladder. This is a game, man. This is a game.
We planted a lot of seeds, and we're going to put it out there into the universe.
Oh, you don't know. It's out there now. It's the ether. Once it's in the ether, white folk can't stop you. It's in the ether. That's why when you drink alcohol, this little piece there called the Jimmy, that opens up strange spirits. That's why.
Oh shit! This nigga got on a stocking cap.
Called the Jimmy.
By Dick Gregory.
That opens up strange spirits. That's why you hear one. I don't know what got into me last night. I did. Okay, that's here.
Spirit.
Here. And so that's what it is. You can't stop nothing. It's out there. Out there. They were shocked, man. When them chimps, you ever see that? Where the chimps started washing them sweet potatoes, and 1,000 miles away they start doing the same thing. Well, it's out there. It's out there. You know.
In the ether.
That white folk don't know. Just like a cat see a dog and We do the same thing. We just been so busy suppressing it. Ain't no racists out there I can't detect. You can't detect.
Let me go through the list. What have we learned today? Who are the real white folks? We covered that. We talked about racism. We talked about Cosby. We talked about Michael Jackson. We talked about the cost of fame and whether or not you need to sell your soul or what selling your soul is.
It ain't nothing to do with it. You ain't got no soul. Okay. When you sit, man, there's something. It's a violation of the universe to be a celebrity. That's why they need so much pussy and all that old fucked up drugs and shit. That's what that's about. Huh? You're not normal. Something happens to you inside. Universal. That's why you got to get you a new car every year. The problem is when I buy a Rolls Royce and hang out in the ghetto, I'm not hanging out with Rolls Royce people.
And the people that will exploit that.
Huh?
The people that will give you drugs, or people that will take advantage of that need that you have.
Oh shit, I know men get their girlfriend drugs. You know, so it just ain't white folks.
We talk about Selma, we talk about Straight Outta Compton. We didn't talk about Lucy. We'll have to do that another time.
Okay, that's good, yeah.
Oscars, post-racial versus black nationalism. Kind of didn't really hit that.
No, that ain't but bullshit.
Black Lives Matter versus All Lives Matter. Covered that.
That's bullshit.
Okay. Reverend Sullivan. Well, I think the All Lives Matter is sort of like, it's almost like we have to apologize for being black sometimes.
No, it's like when the Germans was doing to the Jews what they was doing, and they said Jewish lives matter. I don't want to hear nobody come up and tell you that all that. Fuck y'all, man, get out my face. Huh?
Okay. We talked about the two books that transition from the book Nigger to Callous on My Soul. And, how do we solve the problem? You say we can't really solve it. We're part of it. We're in the belly of the beast. And
you pass it. Let me just say to see if I had my way. Hey, God. Just be 84 this birthday. Just give me one more child. I believe. I just won't be getting some pussy. I got this one planned. Give me a boy that will be the best in the history of every sport that's ever been created. My son. Greatest basketball, greatest football, every sport, he'll be the greatest. And I'd name him Nigger Gregory. And when them announcers will be there and say, the nigger cuts left, no, you got a lawsuit. His name is not the nigger, it's Nigger Gregory. And I got the money and the power to take y'all to court. I dare you to call him something that I didn't name him. It's Nigger Gregory. Nigger Gregory. And you have to sit and say, wow, Nigger Gregory, oh my God, never seen nothing like this nigga. No, his name is not this nigga. I never seen nothing like Nigger Gregory, white boy. That's his name. You have a theater.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm Dick Gregory, and you're watching Real Black. Thank you, Real Black. Thank you. Huh?
Damn. R.I.P. OG. Hey, man. Shout out to y'all. We're going to wrap this one up. X says, he said something then. What movie we watching tonight? Oh, yeah, I forgot what the options was. I think Friday won, if I'm not mistaken. Did Friday win? What movie we watching tonight, y'all? But a movie night tonight on Discord. I'm going to go ahead and put some food on this stomach. I'll see y'all in Discord if y'all want to chop it up, man. If not, y'all have a good one. Shout out to y'all. Y'all go out, finish y'all day strong. Go out there and overachieve. Go out there and do more than you plan to do. Go out there and accomplish more than you set out to accomplish, man. Be better than you thought you was going to be for the day. You know what I'm talking about? Other than that, hey, man, like my bro say, I reserve the right to, excuse me, my bad. I reserve the right to be wrong. That's only room for human error. I'll never set you out on purpose. Plus, I love myself too much because that falls back on me if I get you messed up. So I love me and you, right? Got to do good by me and well, got to do good and well by me and you at the same time. Other than, also, I identify as a multimillionaire in this world full of choices. Everybody chooses their identity, right? They want to be dogs, cats, men, women, and they weren't born that originally. They want to be Crayola crayons. I don't even know how you could be that. They allow them to be that. We have to respect it. So put some respect on my identity. I identify as a multimillionaire. And I want a cash register if they got a bathroom. Other than that, super duper salute to y'all. Hit that link up top. Subscribe to the other channel. You know what I'm talking about? This is the RUMORNATI Network. We will be back in the morning. Motherfucking let's go.